It says offline and then it goes.
It should recover here in a second.
While I'm loading, I'm gonna just go check on my food. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so this actually happened. Oops. Oh. Not exactly as intended. Um, um, hmm. So, where is it at? So, let's fix that if I can. Um, yeah, that.
I'm back.
Yeah, it took a minute for it to load. Yeah, the issue was my cockpit was upside down.
Oh, that's just a small issue. You can always fly upside down.
Yeah. uh,
So yeah, how to implement something like that? If I'm being completely honest, I don't think any system like that will actually work unless you have like engaged, well, popular that are moral people that are ethical.
well, of course not. But people are not moral nowadays. They are not ethical.
No,
And that's unfortunate.
it is.
Um,
Because even if you were to implement a really enlightened way to kind of manage things more on a person to person basis and let communities manage things and things like that, because people are so corrupt, I think it would fall apart almost immediately.
especially in today's day and age.
Yeah, you see that a little bit in countries like Venezuela, where they try to do cooperatives. You have people embezzling funds for cooperative stuff,
Yeah.
and that they're supposedly socialist. They're stealing from each other. Like the owners steal from their neighbors. They don't know how to run cooperatively.
Dishonest, no ethics, honor, and
Yeah.
integrity. It's just, it's unfortunate, but that's the reality of it. Okay, so the drill head is sort of done, but I think I'm missing a drill right here.
So those guys out in your world building drone facilities?
I'm not sure what they're doing. They may be hunting for the pre-made drill or pre-made drone facilities, or they may be off creating their own. They might be role playing. I just set up the premise, but I leave them be.
That's cool.
I let them do what they want to do. You know, I
Yeah,
just
did you put the pre-made ones in yet?
no. I probably won't for a week.
Oh, okay.
Um, simply because I want people to get established and comfortable. I haven't
Makes sense.
I haven't even added really NPCs yet. When I see them, I get rid of them.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Except some of the ones in space, those are a little harder to get rid of. Okay, so my super duper large grid small mining ship. uh,
It's tiny.
yeah, not so much. I envisioned it a whole lot smaller than it actually is. But, it works out like that. And I still haven't put on batteries. uh,
So this is what you were talking about earlier today that you're working on.
yeah, it's just a mining ship. Just a real basic mining ship. Because I want the large ore detector. And in order to use a large ore detector, you need a large grid ship, of course. Okay,
So is everyone in one faction?
um, I think there's like 6 people that are in one faction, and then 2 or 3 that are in another.
Cool. Do you have a little
Yeah, I
going
don't.
on in terms of competition?
Yeah, it's a PvP setup. So if they decide that they want to go to war with each other, they can. There's no rules as far as that goes. The only rule is you don't attack the admin because he doesn't fight fair. And I won't attack the other players that don't attack me. So as long as everybody's okay with that, we're good.
So I think that adjacent Gull should check out your server.
Oh, he's been on the server. But that was one of the reasons.
Okay.
That was one of the reasons why I introduced you to him, and kind of just let you guys do your thing, is because I
Yeah.
thought he would be somebody that would be really good for what you're trying to do and what you want from your server.
I think that he has a lot of really good ideas. Very creative.
Yeah, and he has passion.
Yeah, he's very smart person.
Yeah,
The only issue I see, as far as in not any of his ideas, is I don't know how old he is, but I don't foresee him having the patience to, at least at this point in his life, to really do a lot of the things that he wants to do.
yeah. Personally, I think he has a slight attention issue.
Yeah, most players don't, though. I'm not trying to say that it's
Oh no, I'm not being derogatory.
a huge failing. Yeah.
It's just he seems to suffer from ADHD.
Yeah, that may be true.
Because he is really hyperactive, and he oftentimes will he'll try to over explain the wrong things and under explain the important parts because he'll get lost in the story in his own head.
Well, I do that.
Yeah, but not while you're talking at 300 miles an hour. You talk at 50 miles an hour, like the rest of us.
But yeah, I don't want to say that he can't be staff. I don't really know what will happen. Um, at this point, it mainly depends on his idea and stuff.
Oh, I don't necessarily mean staff wise, um, but
Yeah, as a player, I
well,
think you have to try the server out to see if he likes it.
yeah, and I don't
Sounds like something he wants.
I don't know if he's PC player or Xbox. I don't remember.
Oh, okay. I think he's a player.
But some of the ideas that he have are solid. Um,
Yeah, he has a lot of good ideas.
and he has so many of them. Oh my God, he's like an idea factory.
He is, yeah. so, I think that he would be, pretty ideal in that respect. But like I said, if he wants to build this stuff, the thing is, I am not going to build all of his ideas, and I don't think Red has enough time to do it. So whoever becomes our builder or our event person, or both, is likely going to be the event person who does builds the event area and stuff. His stuff is all like sort of event lore related ideas.
Well,
Yeah, he would need to build that himself or get some people to help him across it. Red.
well, you've kind of been watching my streams a little bit here and there. You've seen some of the stuff that I've built.
Yeah.
I'm not elegant in the way that I build most of the time, but the stuff I build is functional.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to get involved with that, you did too, and that was enough. And you can be the third person or whatever. Maybe Red and I could help you guys out a little bit, and we could make that happen. But that's kind of how I foresee things happening. Not with him or you specifically, but just in general. I kind of want everyone to have their own little area where it's like my thing that I'm responsible for, and I've got some ideas and I'm gonna implement them.
Well, basically, that's what I started.
Go too hard.
That's what I started
That
doing with
sort of
that base
stuff.
that I was building.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm building an underground base, that's going to be accessible to all the faction members, but it's going to be my thing, If somebody comes in and wants to build, fine. If I don't like it, I'll just remove it, and I hopefully they don't get butthurt about it, but hey, it's my base,
Yeah.
So basically, I'm captain of this particular base. If you want something done a certain way, go build your own damn base.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm hoping from anybody who does the events thing, because obviously Red has the lore stuff, and that's going to be, to some degree, it's always going to be ongoing with him. He doesn't realize it yet. So that's going to be like an ongoing thing that he's involved with, obviously, and I think that's plenty to do.
Yeah.
It would be enough for him to do a lot of doing the lore. Not
The only thing that I find a little daunting about Adjunct's ideas is his stories for space engineers. Though they're really good, they're overcomplicated.
Yeah.
And it takes too much effort for anybody that's going to try to put together that kind of depth in a story. For a game like Space Engineers, the KISS principle applies almost exclusively. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, that's why Red's doing the lore, not me. If it was my lore, there would be all kinds of nuances.
Okay, now that this is a fully functioning production mining ship. It has a large refiner, it has large assemblers, and it has O2 generators and one hydrogen tank, and it's a mining ship. And I almost forgot to put on the ore detector. Well, that would have been bad.
And maybe it would be sort of simple. I don't know. Probably.
Yeah. I think I will mess up my design and put the ore detector right there. Okay, so this thing is almost ready for a test flight. I just have to put ice in it.
One thing I've noticed with people who play Space Invaders, it tends to be a couple kinds of Space players. One is like you, like me, and we spend far too much time building. And it is the kind of game that lends itself to that. Kind of like Eve or any, takes a lot of time.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you play.
And then there's the other.
You spend 6 hours building, 3 hours using it, 2 seconds destroying it, and having to start all over again.
Yeah. And then there's another type of player. And I'm not saying that Jason falls in this category. I don't know. But I'm sure about that. There's people who like the idea of space. And they'll play for like an hour or two. And then they don't play again for a couple weeks or a month. Because they're bored. And
Well, it's too much for them.
yeah, it's too much. They just can't deal with placing all the individual blocks, mining for things, and even if it's creative mode, you have this idea in your head and you realize that you have to build for 30 hours to make your capital ship creative in 30 hours. And then you're just like, after a couple hours, yeah, nope.
Yeah, it's for use of a better way to put it, playing Space Engineers is a lifestyle.
So, I think that's sort of a rough thing. I'm not even sure which category Red's in. So figuring it out. He doesn't have as many hours as we do. He is a big creative builder. I don't know if his schedule, the way that he has going on in his life with work, I guess, say, what he does for work, but family stuff, I guess. I'm sure he's doing something family, work related, and so all of his pool stuff, that's a big deal. Takes a lot of time. That's a priority over game.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of people that have it like I do.
Yeah.
I don't have anything but time. And if it wasn't for my wife, I wouldn't even really have that. I would be locked up somewhere in some type of doctor's office trying to figure out what the hell is going on with me.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna drink real quick.
almost forgot my forward thrusters. And there we go. Fix that.
Anyways, I'm back.
Woohoo!
You did? Oh, okay. I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something, but I had to step away for a bit.
I can guarantee you it was words. That's what you were going to say.
Yep.
Okay, so that's connected again. That. And then come down here, remove this scaffolding.
Remember what we were talking about?
Not really.
Neither of us remember. It couldn't have been that important.
I started getting involved in building my ship again and got sidetracked, and because I'm all excited, and then I realized I forgot forward thrusters.
Oh.
However, I do have, yeah, that's a monster.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, as far as adjacent Skull goes, I think that he would enjoy my server.
I do too.
But I think that he also would enjoy your server.
Well, he's played on my server a few times. It's just he doesn't stick with it. But he's particular. You know, he wants to be able to play. If the server goes down, he's going to move on to something else.
Yeah, or he isn't in the mood for that server that day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he'll come back a couple, 3 days later, and he'll want to try. But so far, he's got to play about 15 to 20 minutes, depending on the server status, and then the server will restart, because mine restarts every 4 hours.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that irritates him, I guess, and he doesn't come back.
It's irritating. I just bumped ours 12 to 6. Obviously, our sim's not going down, so it's not like I need that, but I kind of want to. Maybe it's not the Paris thing, but people desync and they have problems. They're like, hey, help me. And if I force a restart every 6 hours instead of every 12, maybe it is because, not because they just log out the server, because they're not decent, they're shipped. It's happened.
Yeah.
An actual problem with ID. They just need to log in and log back out of it. So I feel like restarting every 6 hours is going to cut down on a lot of people having weird behavior client side problem.
I know it does on my server.
Yeah, it's a common problem with Jason. So I think 6 hours is going to be the sweet spot. No, I probably could get away with 4. Of course, but I know that don't think 12 hours is the sweet spot, unfortunately. No, I think
You can hope,
research will
but
it'll solve issues that I maybe. But I think 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's better. I don't really know. No one's on it. 0 people today. Probably 6 hours really matters either way. It's not going to improve things. It's happening in the world, but also no one's going on a hunt to complain. So it's kind of neither here nor there. Can't win 100%. Whenever stop playing, you're in that mode where they want.
well, you could always be playing on your server.
Oh no! What I mean is like, let's say you're in the middle of building. You know, you walk tower. It's got on. You're now been building an hour and a half. The server tells you it's going to happen, and then you have to wait like 1 or 2 start. Rushing a lot. So where they left off to, I don't know, because I've been in that situation. I don't quit, but it interrupts what I'm doing.
Why? Not sure what's. Oh, it's not deep enough. Okay. That's bad.
So yeah, as far as his drone idea goes, kind of seems like it's fitting.
Yeah, and see, one of the other things too is I like to inspire ideas in people.
Yeah.
Even if I at times feel like their idea is a complete rip off of mine, well, I don't in this case, but um, I'm okay with that because it's another way that I contribute to the community, and I can give back that way. You know,
Yeah, we all share ideas. Sci-fi is all about sharing
absolutely.
original ideas. But the whole team, are different. So, sharing. He was showing me in Portal 2 and the underground like drone facility thing, where I got part of the inspiration for his Portal. And then today he was showing me Swedish game, these robots, drones going around, attacking him.
Yeah, for me, I really have no interest in other games. I mean, I like hearing about them, you know, and hear how people are having fun with them and all. But I like Space Engineers.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I guess I'm sort of interested. I mean, I'm not getting those known about Portal 2. Cool. I like watching. I like watching people play a game. Not just always depends on the person. If someone wants to show me something and they're engaged in the game, I enjoy listening to what they have to say about. You know, they talk about the game while they play it. I enjoy that.
Yeah, I enjoy the passion and the excitement.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're doing the space engineer stuff, I could be playing space building, could be working my weapon core stuff, sharp or doing some old and you're having issue, by the way. So I don't have any errors here, but I'll try to be. There's no errors in my code, but the menu's not blocked. No where error. I'm not familiar with what. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rewrite it.
Um, what code are you trying to use?
I'm using my own code for weapon core.
No, I mean,
Like,
what?
yeah,
Sorry,
code.
what are you trying to do?
Oh, I'm trying to make the example mod pack weapon core name. So the cannon, the sniper rifle, sniper gun. I want that to work with weapon core and make the weapon core in. I did find out about energy.
One of the things that might help you is if you download the Star Trek Discovery mod. That has the original sniper cannon in it.
Well, I have the original. The one from my mod. It's fine.
The sniper cannon in the Star Trek Discovery mod is yours.
No, not the Star Trek Discovery mod, but the full mod pack.
Well, the reason why I'm suggesting that is because I happen to know that sniper cannon works with weapon core.
Oh, okay. Well, we may not have sniper cannon. We're using the one that mod.
Well,
if
you take a
mods.
what I'm saying is if you take a look, you break open the mod and look at the files, that may give you the code that you're looking for to find out where the error is.
Yeah, I'm past that point. Fortunately, I appreciate it though. I'm at the point now where I may need Blender to look at all the different subparts. Because there's different objects inside the file. I turned on the debug draw and stuff, but I'm not sure if it's showing me the subparts that I can access. I'm getting the impression that somehow the weapon core script is not able to access parts of the turret that it wants. Tell me.
Yeah, sometimes when you enable debug draw, you actually have to close down Space Engineers and restart.
But honestly, I don't really know. In the end, what I may have to do is I may have to talk to the weapon core guys, ask like what. But I'm gonna spend more time. I ask right into all of it. So that try to get thing up 12 because I have all of the other parts. The example mod pack has other scripts with deprecating. So obviously that's extra variable.
Well, the other thing you can do is message Lucas directly.
I don't think Lucas is doing weapon core. Take a look. Weapon core is Darkstar.
Darkstar, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's Whiplash, Darkstar, Newguard, and Breed.
Yeah, Newguard.
Probably.
Yeah, Newguard.
Probably fucking Newguard. But whoever is available, I'll look on the Discords actually if I'm stuck.
Go help!
Yeah, I need help. More complicated than I realized.
Yeah, I bet they get that a lot.
Yeah, I'm not saying they did a bad job. Nope, not familiar with it.
Uh-oh, wife got alcohol. she clanged a spoon in a cup, and I sounded like a bottle of alcohol.
Oh, you thought she was having a glass of wine?
Yeah, I'm going, oh, I want some, I want some. It was funny.
So, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, basically. I haven't spent that much time. I spent about an hour. And I figured I would have it ready to test an hour, like, ready for someone else to test. And then I realized that I'm full of shit.
What is...
That happens sometimes. A lot of times, though, I'm able to get stuff done. But yeah, not in... So I need time with it. I'm pretty sure the code's basically done, and I just minor... Because the code's all there that... For weapon core to fucking test. Yeah, weapon core. It is kind of a whore. It's got all of these objects for, like, all of these particle effects and all of this extra bullshit that's defined, like, multiple times, basically the same thing, but, like, a different part of the same thing. Like, it wants every fucking file to be named a certain way, when it shouldn't really need to be named that way.
Oh.
So you have objects, yeah, there's, like, these objects, obviously, classes that are creating objects that also want the file to be named the same as the class, the XML object.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's real fucking picky. So it is kind of a weapon whore. Maybe that was a Freudian slip, but yeah, I got all that stuff sorted out. Work, how to
Well, in this case, how not to.
No, I think it's correct, because I did look at other people's code, and they're very awesome. My code's on it. I'm not sure if it's a subpart issue. It might be a subpart I can't see. I'm not really a graphics guy. I don't know everything displays in debug draw. What I need to happen is when you go into debug draw, there's a blue line and you point forward. Yeah, I sound like an idiot, but that's what needs to happen. It's not happening. In order for weapon. When you get the subparts right, the blue line goes forward. I feel like that sounds really stupid.
Well, no,
Maybe you know what I'm talking about.
I more or less do. There is a way. It's an alignment thing with debug draw.
Yeah, I think that's what I got wrong. That I have it reference subparts proper. Different functions of the turret.
Yeah, it's some kind of alignment issue, I think.
So I have a feeling that once I get the blue line pointing forward, backward, working on the x-axis there, the other axes will all be aligned. The weapon core will recognize the weapon properly.
Okay, I cannot figure out what's going on or why this drill is not letting me connect it, because everything that I can see is out of the way. So, oh, I don't have voxel hands. Damn it.
So it seems like you understand, for every turret, every individual model, unique in that way. Subpart reference.
Yeah, everything has to be unique and the alignment has to be dead on. If it's misaligned, things don't line up with the ports and connectors and stuff like that properly, and it'll give you an error.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it's for like controlling the weapon rotation and stuff like that. To sort of grabs a hold of that.
Oh, so it's the aiming.
By manipulating the subparts of the model in like the graphic line.
Yeah, it's the aiming alignment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the aiming, all of that stuff, like where the bullet comes out of, the particle effects that appear, fire around, and all of that stuff, all in sharp. They've made an API on top of basic API for turrets.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense actually.
So to the energy thing, found out the energy thing. It is kinetic. There's a object that defines that. It's like a variable inside it.
Oh, so it's like a backdoor way of getting it to work.
Yeah. So when in the XML, when it's specified as ammo type energy, then it hooks into weapon core, and inside the weapon core script, there's an area where it defines the shield damage type. It's specified as like it is actually specified as kinetic for vanilla weapon Gatling. So that definitely broke.
Oh, so they're just using that as a hook, as a naming convention hook.
Yeah, exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I guess that's a creative workaround.
Yeah. Since it grabs a hold of all of the reload times, rate of fire.
But isn't there a way to give it a unique name instead of just having to do it that way?
I'm sure there is. I'm almost like 100% sure there is.
Because to me
I'm not sure if they've implemented that at this stage in Weapon Core.
Because to me that seems kind of lazy.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit lazy. Probably as they develop Weapon Core further, they'll maybe manage that a little bit better.
But then, as expansive as Weapon Core is, I can understand a little bit of laziness on their part, because it does entail quite a bit, and they're not professional programmers, or maybe they are. They're just being lazy.
No, a lot of them are actually, but different people have different standards and. From my standpoint, it's like towards the side of things. Back end wise, as long as you understand it and it works properly, much more important. Pretty. But on the front end side, as far as documentation ability goes for other people, you're lazy. Especially someone who maybe is a coder who wants to get into coding. They're not making it at all. Space Engineers doesn't in some ways either, like forcing me to name my files certain stuff.
Believe it or not,
coding.
That's a throwback back from the original DOS days. Now it's working. Believe it or not, you still had to name every file with something very unique, and you couldn't have underscores, you couldn't have spaces like you can in Windows, you couldn't use special characters.
Yeah. And oh yeah, I mean that's understandable. This is different. It's like object.
Right, but there are some versions of Objective-C that still follow the same naming convention. It's,
Yeah, I was wondering if that was actually face.
and like if you're using some older version of Python or SQL or PLI or Pascal or whatever, um, you may run into those issues.
Yeah, it may be related. I haven't run into that with Space Engineer C# before, but it could be the way they're doing that sort of.
Ugh. Well, let's see. D-I-L-L. Okay, so now I've finally got the drill connected. All this just so I can make a tunnel to connect hydrogen.
Okay.
Um, but I couldn't get the damn drill. The ghost image, I couldn't get it to drill for whatever, or couldn't get it to place the drill for whatever reason. It was annoying me.
One thing they have done pretty well with.
Okay, is it on this side or is it on the other side? No, S is backwards. There we go. Okay, yeah, it is on this side. So, okay. Sharner, tensioner, toggle block on, and reverse. Give me stone.
Look, looking in his docs for the about the shields, not here. How? But yeah, yeah, they've done a pretty good job. Where they're Space Engineers doesn't make it.
No, nothing is ever easy with space engineers. So that's fixed. This.
So, here is the funny I feel saying. Never, I'm not a graphic, but feel it. In the how-to it says, for all subpart empty, blue line must face forward. Like, I'm not great visual spatially. These kind of things don't.
Okay, so it's saying to make the alignment properly, you have to face forward.
Yeah. Yeah, the blue line has to point forward and line up. And it says, once you get weapon core set up, check the line, draw it. If the blue is forward, it's up. So, and that's the stage that I'm at. I have no errors. Spacing bug. There's says errors. And my code looks pretty much any other mod, including the blue line is not forward, so it has. I figure it has to graphic. Yeah, so probably if I pull everything else out, I still can't get it right. I have to talk model.
Or now that you understand it, you just have to redo it properly and start from scratch.
Yeah. If I can, yeah. Scratch.
And that might solve the issue because now you'll be able to align it properly.
Yeah, there's also the possibility that I've aligned it properly, but I overlooked a mistake I made that's not throwing an error, and that I have. If I just do it from scratch now that I understand. Action. That's definitely not live.
Yeah, direct draw is funny like that. Used to have issues like that when I was trying to program Flash with direct draw.
Oh, what happened?
It was just alignment issues. They would plague you in the early versions of direct draw and Flash. Try to align your animations, just right in your thumbnails, your background when you're using Photoshop. And it just, especially if you had more than like 5 layers, it'd just really screw things up because you had to go in and individually align each layer, then add it, then do the next one, add it, do the next one, add it, and then create the animation. And then you had to align the animation via the size of whatever image you were using. It's fucking nuts. And then, of course, there's the whole Java aspect of it. That was equally as annoying.
I'm gonna grab my drink. It's not a hot toddy, though. Today.
Oh,
Past
okay.
my breakfast coffee time about 4 hours ago. Yeah, it's just a regular coffee.
Let's see here. So that's, might as well just do it this way. Piston.
I'm back.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's to get cold. Yeah, I went away in the first.
I want to make sure that I'm doing the right pistons. If I
By the way, this particular mod, I'm not actually. I mean, there is some things I want on the server, mainly the first aid kit. I like that we're using railguns instead of regular cannons. The model for the cannon's okay. The sniper things are not really that nice. I'm mainly doing this for the public, actually. Enabling weapon core in the mod pack, it's kind of work, though.
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good way to get your server noticed, is to add little mods here and there.
Oh, no, I did do the Devil chart, I think. Put like a little thing for my server on it. I don't think I did on the weapon one. This one's even less related though, because those first two are on my server. I don't know if I'm actually gonna put these weapon core weapons on the server. decided exactly what I'm going to do with the modules pack, whether I'm going to incorporate rare components into them or put them by default. Obviously, if I put in rare components in them, which is what I was doing, the efficiency module, the drill, some other little things, where people can go get special items to build those blocks. Obviously, I have to make a separate mod for public. So I'm not 100% on what I'm going to do.
Well, some of the best mods start out that way.
Okay, yeah, I said that I was gonna use it on my bird. So yeah, the demolition charge is definitely an advertisement for all of it. No, I sort of did. The only reason I'm making a public access is to serve. I wouldn't have ever, even though I was planning to, the only people that I said that I was going to do it for the server passed.
Honestly, you should make all your mods a plug for your server.
Yeah, probably should. The small arms rework, I did not, but it is in my collection. Test. Develop. Maybe when figure out what for the example mod pack though, I probably won't. No, I probably should put an advertisement.
You should never be ashamed of the work that you do or even present it in that aspect. You should always be proud of everything that you do. And by that I mean whenever you make a mod, you should show it off.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that does a couple of things for you. It not only does it attract attention, not only to you as a coder or modder, and you get recognition that way, but it also does something for your reputation and can possibly even get you a very lucrative job.
You can already get. Well,
Well, say you decide to.
I'm not modding on Space. Try to get. I get recruiters recruiting to.
When I was into electronics and I was teaching and all that kind of stuff, it was not uncommon for me to get six-figure offers in excess of $250,000 for what I could do.
That's like for like I'm sure you know, for assistant engineer you don't become this entire career track you go down lasts well over a decade just in administration. You don't even not even qualified for most jobs without a certain number of years of experience in that particular aspect of engineering. On top of that, they expect a certain level of profession and also track record. Really, the results of work, how much are you company made. Obviously, I've made companies millions and dollars. I have no trouble getting money if I wanted it.
Yeah, that's.
I have my own company. I work at home.
Well, that's the thing with me. I discovered that yeah, I can make money, but I don't like what it does to my life. It becomes
It's
too much of a chore to me. I would much rather scrape by and enjoy my life than have everything I want and worry about other people trying to take it. Now people just ignore me. They, I say something and most people just look at me and he doesn't know what he's talking about. But when people like you listen to me, I tell you, well, I used to know a lot, um, but I've had some things happen and I don't remember a lot of what I used to know. But um, you've questioned
Honestly,
me,
a
you've
bunch of
quizzed me, you found out for yourself that, yeah, he pretty much used to know what he was talking about.
yeah, I figured that out. There's a whole bunch of like older guys, maybe like a bit, quite a bit than you. A lot of them are really cool people. I'm sure you probably know some of them in the hacking stuff.
And there's a lot of them.
Well, there's a whole lot of them that kind of have learned the same lesson like you and I.
Yeah, and it's just it doesn't do for me what they say it does. The American dream, I achieved that a long time ago. And the true American dream is realizing that there's a point when work is not important. And it's the stuff in life that makes life worth living that becomes the most important.
Yeah, it's very individual. There's not like some plan you can buy for your life to make you happy. You have to figure out what that is first.
That's right.
Whatever point you're at in your life.
And that's the secret. And
Yeah.
that oftentimes most people spend a lot of their life trying to figure that out.
Sometimes until they're 70.
Yeah. And I figured that out in my early 20s.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, I mean, I shouldn't feel bad. But I think some of it is marketing. Maybe a good bit of it.
That's possible.
People think they can buy, I mean, people think they can buy happiness. They see somebody happy on TV, movie, or advertisement. They get sucked in.
Yeah, but you
I'll
can't
be
buy
happy
happiness.
if I get I just need to get.
You cannot buy happiness, ever.
Yeah.
Happiness has to be created. And you can only create your own happiness.
Yeah. I think that's the trick a lot of the carrot on the string. If you do this,
Yep.
carrot goes away a little farther. Fine.
Forgot to turn on the drill.
I think if you're a resourceful person, I don't need to go against what I said before as far as capital. Dollar. Probably could if I really wanted to. If you're a resourceful person, you don't really have a lot of getting on a conflict.
Well, resourceful and creative.
Yeah.
That makes you a really
Find a
good
way to make things
entrepreneur.
work. Yeah, find a way to make it work.
But then you also have to have some common sense and learn how to manage money.
Yeah.
And then once you get to that point, everything else falls into place. At least it did for me. You know, that may not hold true for everybody, but and I've been an entrepreneur most of my life. I've had many businesses. I've only had a couple fail. And by fail, I mean in the first 5 years they didn't turn a profit. I've sold a number of businesses for well over 100 times more than it cost me to start them. Oftentimes, I started a business with $25 and handmade business cards.
Yeah, the entrepreneurs do. Sometimes you start that way, or you want, because whatever reason. I never took out any business or anything.
I've never had enough or good enough credit to get a business loan, but I've never had a problem making money when I needed it.
Yeah. Well, you can get really good credit very. I'm sure that I don't have good credit right now, but normally I have an issue actually. My maybe. I have some fraudulent loan. They school I went to, they forged a loan that I never took. Well over a decade after money was owed, and they basically put it into a government-insured loan towards my career. And I'm pretty sure it's not in default status. They did recently. Going to go into default status. I have to call them and figure out what the fuck I need to do to, I don't know, get a copy of the original that's forged. Because I never took out that loan. They say that I owed the money, and I sort of do, but I never loaned the money. Basically, there was a situation when I left school. I was still living on campus, but I wasn't living in housing. If that makes sense? I'm living.
Yeah, you were playing
housing
vagabond.
situation.
Yeah, you were playing vagabond.
So what ended up happening is they wanted me to pay for housing they acquired later. Another party. The thing is, I already gave them the money. And then they took that and said that it was a loan, Stafford. They sent me loan paperwork for years. I never. Why would I take a loan like that? And then now they magically have paperwork that never existed. They sent it off to higher education, state government. So essentially, I have to find out what the fuck they did and point out that they did that. Not a significant amount of pay.
Well, anything under 50,000 is going to be forgiven.
Well, it's way under. I paid most of all of my loans off. I think, like, even if I include that in total, it's less than 1,000 left. So basically nothing. But still, I think that particular thing is like it's like 1,000 or something like that. Yeah, it's money I don't. I never took out a fucking Stafford loan. That is not when I wasn't in school. How would I have done? They didn't render any service. I don't want to. As far as my legitimate loans, obviously, yeah. But yeah, I don't want to be a fucking fraudulent. So I'm pretty sure that's going to hit my credit.
It will.
Hard. If you default on a federally insured loan, that's fucking bad news for your credit. The only thing worse is like the IRS lien on your one step above that. Like when you file for tax, it looks like fine.
Well, you know how people qualified for that emergency relief stipend?
Yeah, something like that.
I never qualified for it,
Stuff.
even though I've.
Oh, you're not talking about.
No, I meant for the COVID-19 relief.
Yeah, I never did that.
It should automatically have been sent to you if you filed taxes.
I stopped filing tax.
Did you know? Did you know it's not a requirement that you file for taxes?
I did, yeah. I'm not working for federal anymore.
The documents and stuff that you sign to pay taxes is a request to pay taxes.
Yeah.
You're not
No, I don't.
you're not required to by law to pay taxes. However, if you don't pay taxes or file taxes within 7 years, or at least once every 7 years, what they can do is revoke your citizenship.
They can try. I don't make enough money for them to collect tax. I just don't file.
I don't either.
Yeah, it's just too much trouble. I don't need. They're not giving me enough money to take up my time to fill out a bunch of paperwork so that I'm not making
Yep, there you go.
time. They can just keep their money. Fine. I don't need the COVID whatever 400 or 1,000.
Well, actually,
it is. I don't really care.
it would be like close to about $4,500 now.
Probably something like that. Yeah, I didn't. Also, I don't have a smartphone. I have identity fraud on my IRS stuff. So essentially, like some Mexican or somebody, I don't know. I think who knows who it was, but somebody filed tax with my Social Security. So I put that fraud thing on there.
Oh, yeah.
In order to get a new PIN, you have to have a smartphone. You have to have their, like, the IRS app. Well, I don't do smartphones.
I don't either.
Yeah, they're just not going to, like, they're definitely not getting taxes from me now. Because I don't have a smartphone. They've made it impossible to access my stuff. So if that's the route they're going, I'm just not able to communicate. They won't accept calls. You don't do mail for identity. Smartphone's the only way to do it. So, be shit out of luck.
Yep, I don't play that game with the federal government anymore.
Yeah. I don't know whose idea it was. I know society is going in a direction where everyone expects to have smartphones. But as far as like accessibility goes in the law, I'm pretty sure all you have to have is a landline and an address. Like, there's no regulation or law that says that I have a smartphone.
That's right.
So, my opinion, it's complete bullshit.
So
yeah, I figure all that COVID stuff, it's not for the way they have their system put up and everything. It's not for people like.
This is the way we build our base, build our base, build our base. This is the way we build our base.
Hey, you got the views out of the wider world.
Yeah. Now it's just hoping that I've got it in the right place.
The IRS is funny.
Especially when it's politically weaponized now.
Yeah, I'm hoping that doesn't happen to conservative.
Oh, it happened a long time ago. It happened a long time ago.
Oh, I meant like the Obama.
Yeah, it actually happened like 20 years ago.
Oh, they did that in the past.
Yeah, it's
But after specific role based on political.
it started during the Reagan years. They used it
Yeah.
to frame Reagan, to strong arm him
Okay.
and his family.
Yeah.
They definitely used it against Ross Perot.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like they tried to use it on Trump. Like, what'll come of that? I guess.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's how they stole. That's one of the ways that they stole the election from Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, because he's not legit. That's for sure. For sure they can find something wrong with his taxes. I don't know how he managed. I mean, he was charged with bank fraud. Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, and he he went from being just barely able to pay his bills to all of a sudden a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, he's work life outside of politics. Karl Marx type person. I mean, not that like, I'm not saying politics work. That aspect is like legitimate politics.
I don't mind good politics, but I don't care for bad
One thing
politics.
Yeah, one thing I will say is I do, in spite of everything I just said, I do like Bernie. I'm
I
not saying I like him personally,
I
but
actually
I like a lot of his ideas.
I kind of do,
Pretty
even
smart
though I
guy.
know his ideas are not practical. They sound good.
Yeah, they do sound good, and depending on how he wouldn't be able to. But if he was, the president, he was what we think it is for the party. It did have Obama. He doesn't have the support of it. And by Democrats, I mean like Joe,
Yeah.
overwhelming support.
So
Ross Perot and Ron Paul and Trump, and they just don't. But in any case, yeah, Bernie Sanders has some interesting ideas. Some of them could work. Actually, quite a bit of them overlap with fairly moderate traditional American ideas.
yeah, some of them are actually even good too.
Yeah, like for example, infrastructure projects. That is also what other countries are doing that we're competing with. Um, One thing to go into debt for like solar power that's getting generate not going to get there. It's too far populated areas, or just actual solar panels that never get made, like during the COVID. Is $1 billion created.
Yeah.
But actual infrastructure, like building roads, stuff like that, that's, maybe you go into debt a little bit, but compared to a lot of the others, increase the debt.
Guess what I reached?
I think fixing roads and bridges and stuff is a good thing, even if it doesn't profitable at the time. Indirectly, it can result in more revenue for the government. Not exactly a one-to-one. Like, hey, you build this road and then need, obviously, goals. But yeah, it's good having infrastructure, good economy. Uh, People make more money. The roads are maintained properly. There's less accident. Also, it's important for security as well. The bridges falling down. So I definitely agree with Bernie Sanders on that. I would like to see our infrastructure maintained properly. That's one of the government's primary responsibilities, at least with federal highways.
Well, what do you know?
I guess I'm kind of to the choir.
Looky what
Took up right,
I found.
right there.
Well,
Anyway, I'm probably distracted.
no, you're not. I'm distracted anyway.
Good.
You're not distracting me. I actually appreciate the conversation.
I'm talking about roads and you're trying to align. I guess it's sort of related.
Sort of, yeah.
road for your components. For your
There we go. Okay, now how do I get back out of here?
Yeah, I don't. I try not to too down on government stuff. About you.
I try not to be down on anybody but Democrats. I make exceptions. I'm a lifelong Republican.
No.
It's simply because Democrats always seem to like to take, especially from Republicans.
Doing.
And I'm not really into takers that don't work for themselves.
Yeah. Well, I'm registered as a Republican. Only ever been registered as.
I have voted.
Voted for Republicans, but I wouldn't consider myself a Republican.
I voted 3 times in my life. Only 3. I voted for Reagan both times, and I voted for Trump once. And the reason why I only voted for Trump once is because something he did I didn't agree with.
Yeah, there's some.
My thing was the way he implemented the bump stock ban.
Yeah.
That was unethical and unconstitutional in my opinion. I agreed with the ban, don't get me wrong. But the way he went about doing it, I didn't agree with. I thought was wrong.
How did he do it?
He forced it instead of going through the legislature to do it legally. He did it by executive order. Yeah, he did it by executive order. I wasn't okay with that.
I don't think bump stock bans are really legal.
I
ban bump stocks are constitutional.
I don't believe that any civilian should really have access to automatic weapons. Not that they're not fun. I've fired a number of them. But an automatic weapon is a weapon of war, period.
So, let me put things in this context. I don't think civilians really should have automatic weapons either, but it's not up to me to protect for other people. I believe our Constitution protects people's rights to bear kind of arms. To me, the difference in automatic weapon, automatic weapon carrying. It's not like you can't get access to buy an automatic weapon yourself. You can modify as auto.
Oh yeah, I can, like for example, with just one piece of metal, just one, that I can bend by hand and make, and put it in my AR-10, and now I've got a fully automatic machine gun that'll fire 760 rounds a minute.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope, and I think our founding fathers saw that without understanding modern weaponry, and I think that this road that we're going down is up with this generation being born now, and all the ones after it are probably not going to have weapons.
Yeah, because they're not familiar with the way things were, because they don't teach that in schools anymore.
No. So what is going to happen is the government is going to, generationally legislate away everyone's right to defend themselves. Everyone else, these younger kids are just normal, and as the older generation go away, there's going to be no one left to explain to them why that's important. And I think by that time it's too late.
we're pretty much on the precipice right now of it being too late, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
I think we, I think we sort of already gone with it too late. Realize,
Yeah, I could see where that holds true. So
but
why
it's
is
still potentially salvageable as well. If that makes any sense. We've gone past like a point of no return until we're too late for something, not too late.
well the forefathers they actually put a caveat into the Constitution because they expected things to go awry at some point. That's why they made the Continental Congress an option for the president or for the House and the Senate. And basically, what it does is it resets to the original Declaration of Independence. And basically says, okay, America, start over again, get it right.
Yeah, possible that might happen.
I've actually signed many petitions to convene a Continental Congress. I even created a couple myself.
Yeah, people have been trying for a little while. I think that I think a lot of it is dumb, but anyways, as far as weapons go and like regulation stuff, I would like to see civilians do that. By civilians, I don't mean government. I mean like store people who are doing private sales. I'd like to see the agent and a civilian agent that certifies what's okay for people to have and not a law. It's on,
Yeah, they call
and
them
then
politicians.
well, no, I don't mean the government. Something that's law, and that people choose. Hey, I'll buy at the store.
Well, that's just
Weapons that are
normal
not.
American commerce.
Yeah, I'm talking about like we have GMOs, like GMO food, non.
That
You get like that organic stuff.
GMO food should
Like,
never have happened.
Well, it shouldn't have. But like, for example, like when you go look for, something that's certified by some agency as organic, that's not a government or can be USDA or USDA stamp. But you can also get other stuff, agency, completely affiliated with government. So I'd
Well,
like to see things kind of go that route in terms of weapons, to where people choose to shop at more responsible stores that make certain standards. And then if legislation happens in that respect, I'd like to see that legislation local level, where a town says the gun shops that can in this town are the ones that pass the certain um, order. And I can see that sort of evolving for better or worse. Something like you have a medical license, pass the bar, so you have professional standards for the shop, and not having the ATF side.
well, here's one for you. The two newest weapons that I own that are not World War II or older in this house are two. I have one pistol that's 15 years old, and I have one rifle that's 9 years old. Every other weapon that I have was either made in World War One or World War Two.
So your historical
Nope,
family stuff. No?
nope. It's because the World War One, World War Two weapons are relics. Even though they're military-based weapons, they are relics. They can't be touched by the federal government.
Yeah.
However, I own two of the most powerful rifles that you can get, or you could get at the time. This is before the 408 SHATAC and the 406 came out, and the 418 came out. And it's before they civilianized 50 BMG. And that's the 300 Win Mag and the Federal 338 Magnum.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a bio break.
Okay.
snack too.
Cool.
Okay, now I can fill up my mining ship with hydrogen, or what little hydrogen I have, and then I can check to see whether it's going to destroy itself or it'll actually lift off the ground.
Nice. I mean, everything that I was talking about is pretty philosophical, though. I mean, I know that'll happen. It does happen in some professional field, but I do think it would work with arms manufacturing and distribution. I don't think that we need the ATF. I'm not even sure the ATF. Obviously, with sending firearms from state to state, say regulated by the Commerce Clause, and I know there's a couple states in the Midwest sort of found ways to get the ATF out of their hair by only selling it in their state, just telling the ATF to fuck off. So that's a legitimate of getting the ATF to leave you the fuck alone. But yeah, I'd like to see the ATF just go away. I'm not saying the ATF doesn't do a lot of good work, because they do. But I do think that it would be interesting people having more of a say in the way things go, even if one agency ends sort of getting a monopoly, the being ATF. We should at least to control how that stuff is managed.
The way they get around that is they dumb people down.
Yeah.
You look at what they're doing to schools, and instead of keeping universities and colleges about education, they've turned it into ideology.
Yeah, they don't teach people critical thinking. Tell people that listen to whatever you've been told is actual critical thinking. Other people themselves are not critical.
When I was a kid in grade school, in kindergarten, you began learning critical thinking skills. That's what they taught you, even in preschool.
Yeah.
They don't do that anymore.
Yeah, at this point, well, no, at this point, you just need to listen to whatever you're told and you'll be fine.
Yeah, you're taught to be a slave.
How kids are brought up. Kind of sad. But yeah, that's what they're taught. Listen to what the authorities say, and if you don't, bad things will happen. In fact, I had some kids approach me from the high school that I went to, try to get in touch with me. But in any case, they did. And they were telling me how bad the school has gotten, how depressing it was, how they like have to walk around with an RFID tag. It wasn't like that when I went to. No, it wasn't like that.
You ain't gonna tag me like I'm some kind of cattle.
Yeah, when I went to school, if the teacher was being crazy or like the staff was being crazy, I just told them to fuck off. If they were doing something that they shouldn't have done, or they were trying to use their authority in reasonable ways, I just ignored them a lot of times and nothing would happen. They were just ridiculous. There was one time, unfortunately, I was in school when the administration started coming. Just the principal and teachers to get the administrators and bureaucracy. Anytime they bothered me, I just told them that I was going to sue the fuck out of them. Because they were always doing some questions. Always. They had some bullshit. Trying to do some bullshit. I was like, you know what? I'll just contact a lawyer and get the fuck out of you guys. We're like, oh, sorry, yeah, never mind about that. Go about your business. So they learned to leave me alone real quick. Because I would have fucked up their life.
I was 12 years old.
Lost their job, and I would have fucked up their life.
I was 12 years old. I had a 20-year veteran teacher pick me up by the neck and strangle me until I near passed out.
Yeah.
The only thing that saved my life was my dad walked in the door.
Oh yeah? Did you arrest him?
Yes, he arrested her.
Yeah, that's that's very fucking illegal. Trying to murder a kid.
Yeah, I was 12. They couldn't get me out of their school district fast enough.
Yeah, some teachers get on power trips. Different people working in the school system, they get kind of beats on themselves. Sort of also like all super left-leaning communist type teachers, where that sort of structure parasitic. It's like authority figure, highly destructive environment. Kids are lucky to get out of it. You're dirty. Just kind of push them along.
Yeah, my teacher told me to go stand in the corner. I said no, because I didn't do anything wrong. And she said, "Are you refusing to do what I'm telling you to do?" I said, "No, I'm not refusing. I'm not going to do it." And she said, "Yes, you are." And I said, "How are you going to make me?" And she says, "I'll show you."
Yeah, hopefully she lost her job.
More than that, she went to prison for 7 years.
Oh.
I had the
You
opportunity.
should not be in the court system.
I had the opportunity to sue the Santa Barbara County.
You didn't try not to hurt her.
I didn't want blood money, even if it was for my own blood.
Yeah, that's a nice thing to do. You could say that you had a right remedy from what happened to you. That's sounded like.
But I did reserve the right.
Time.
I did reserve the right to sue them at a later date.
Yeah, for a number of years.
No, at a later date. There is no statute of limitations on something like that.
For child abuse, I guess not.
Because it affects the psychological aspects of the child for the rest of their life.
It does. Makes sense.
So in a way, it's kind of a semi-retirement plan.
Well, at this point, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. The thing was, when you sue the school system, people have to pay for it, taxes.
Yep.
It doesn't really hurt the school. That's the problem. It's other students, their parents.
And you know what state that was in, right?
California.
Santa Barbara County, to be exact.
Yeah, so that place should go on. Yes.
Oh yeah.
So, in any case, that's terrible. I'm sorry that happened.
Shit like that happened to me my whole life.
You definitely didn't deserve that.
No kid does. But that's one of the things that happens to people that are smarter than they should be. Or smarter than everybody else around them at the time. Excuse me.
I had a teacher abuse one. None of them tried to kill me. One.
You weren't that good then.
Another one threw stuff at me. I was a really respectful.
I was respectful.
Authority went and stuff. I thought for myself, but I didn't rustle feathers. Like, I had a little bit to it.
Oh no, if I said that you were wrong and you said no, I'm right, and I'd say show me. And if you didn't or couldn't show me or prove to me that I was wrong, I would fight and argue with you until I either saw things your way or you saw things my way. I wouldn't yell and scream.
Fine.
I
I
just
think that's healthy for kids to do that as they're developing their egos and stuff, trying to understand things.
adults hate that. Most
They
adults.
do because they don't know how to do conflict resolution. Like,
Well, they don't even know how to
You can
think.
just- now you can just not engage on that level. Completely engage with somebody and listen to them, debate you and debate them, but not actually involved on the ego level beyond observing the dynamic like God.
But that's the thing, it was never about ego. It was about, okay, this is right, this is wrong, this is fair, this is unfair.
It is for little kids.
And that was my thing growing up. If you were fair to me, I was fair to you. If you were unfair to me, I would not listen to you, I would not respect your authority, and I would not do what you say.
I was the same way. To me, respect was the thing that people earned.
Right, but if
So
you,
I realize now that if someone's older, I just respect them. To at least to some degree. I don't like give 100% my respect because they're older, but I've learned to respect my own.
I respect the wisdom of anybody that has wisdom that is beyond my own or that is different than my own because they've lived their life, they've experienced different things in different ways, which gives them different wisdom. Okay? That doesn't make them wrong from me, that doesn't make them right from me. That just means that they have different wisdom that they've gleaned over the course of their life. Okay? However, knowledge evolves. Some knowledge never changes. But overall, knowledge always evolves. The more we learn, the more we grow. The more we grow, the more we advance as a civilization. Okay? I understood that as a child.
Yeah.
They seem to have forgotten that philosophy.
Well, I think teachers now have. I used to get a good amount of argument about statics. You know, static
Yeah.
philosophy. Yeah, it's not really a thing.
Ask the person that works 9 to 5 every day to feed their kids. It's very much a thing.
You have, you have like universal truth beyond our reality. There's that aspect. There is static, not very. But as far as like what we can observe in the world, nothing's static.
There's only one thing that's ever static. Ever. And that's change. Change always happens, no matter what.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing that is actually, well, okay, maybe two. Change and chaos. Those two things, they have to consistently and constantly exist. Because without those things, there's nothing that will ever grow or get better. Or even worse, it'll always stay the same. And that was a philosophical conversation that I had with my dad when I was really young.
So in academia, you get intellectuals very smart or knowledgeable. Probably the latter, the former.
They don't
Um,
necessarily go hand in hand, though.
yeah, that's why I said the latter word. You get people who think that they've got it all figured out and that that's the only way to be. You know, for the last 2,000 years, a lot of people thought that for years. And they're unwilling to see outside the paradigm. There's not even a look. Got their tunnel and happy in very little space heater's tunnel, and they don't want to believe that other people are in the tunnel. Out the greater world. Those other tunnels aren't there. They're comfortable. They're just cave.
The only faith you believe in is the one that you create for yourself. And ultimately, that is absolutely true.
Well, I think that in academia, where you're supposed to be liberal, left, you need to be skeptical. I think that's very important. Not only of like other new things, but also you need to be skeptical of your own ideas. Of course, there's certain things that maybe they're not. It's not comfortable to, because maybe your whole field of study depends on the premise. But if you're an honest academic, you should be willing to examine that at least, because it could shed a new light on it. You'd reach new understanding, further validate. You don't, you're not open-minded, and you're not willing to vet new ideas fully, which is the reason. Consider them being a possibility realm of whatever field of study, then you're not a legitimate academic. You're not trying to learn. You're not really trying to learn. You're definitely not a good teacher. You're in science. You're a terrible science. That's not what science is about.
I actually agree with that. I
think skepticism is really important. I think one thing that people have forgotten about skepticism is part of being skeptical is being minded. You don't just have to do the opposite, but you're still open-minded. Consider those to see if they're actually true or not. And I think that's one thing that teachers, especially, I would say that even more than scientists, I think there are a good bit of scientists, actually real skeptics. They're unwilling to consider that they're maybe not correct, and they just don't consider it. But if they have all the answers, they don't. Because they're the teacher. They're in power. They have the authority to say that. And they don't often. We like sort of like up to say it's definitely like postmodern Marxism.
Postmodern Marxism.
Yeah. Wouldn't you agree?
I do.
That's
actually.
the whole way that they're thinking about things. Everything's all about power and authority. You're in that position. You get to say or how their world works. We tell them to operate. Obviously, that's not how things operate in reality.
You can't convince them of that.
No, that's how things work in set up. Shelter. Truth. And that's an unfortunate thing for kids, especially people who are potential future scientists, inventors, innovators, people who are
They're going to be fighting a severe uphill battle.
Yeah, uh, they're they're getting shut down by a lot of the creatures. Their spirits are getting crushed. People who are essentially tyrants, who are willing to.
So, any bets on whether this ship's going to fly or not?
Me see it. Able to go to the third person
There you go.
fully. If you were too close to the mountain. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, quickly.
Oh no, it's actually not going to fly because I forgot the thrusters on the left side.
Oh, it'll fly. You'll just lose control of it
Yeah.
until you look around your turn your ship and roll it to slow it down. Yeah, you probably. I think it'll fly, but I think. We'll see.
But I should probably put the thrusters on it if I really want to.
On the left and right. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's sort of a blessing in disguise. COVID. Fake. It's like the flu's gone.
Yeah, to some extent, I would have to agree. But COVID.
Yeah, at least you don't have to be in that terrible environment. Flu's attractive and watching.
COVID, other than me losing my last job because of COVID, it really hasn't affected me that bad or that much because I'm a recluse anyway.
Yeah, it
And
hasn't impacted my.
I don't. I don't know. I don't feel that it's affected me all that negatively. Yeah, it's affected me, but it just. I don't
You
see
know
it.
that guy who grabbed you on the ship?
Yeah.
You know how like some people pick up on things, especially with young bullies and stuff. They'll pick on a kid that's really smart, special.
Yeah.
Not that the other two, they pick up on.
Oh, yeah.
They're like reading. They're reading. You see that person correct.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't wanna say that this is drag. Could be wrong, but I think that at this point in my life, people realize it's not worth talking to me sometimes. But I'm not the person that you want to pick a fight with because it might not that something bad will happen. There's a possibility of that. That's not. But depends on the person how they interact with thoughts.
I prefer
But,
not to fight.
What's up?
I prefer not to fight.
No, I don't even mean a fight. I mean sometimes there's a possibility that if I'm gonna guess because you've been in the military. Certain people, if you don't think about them the right way, bad things happen.
Yes, I made that mistake once.
So it's not anything I do. It's just something. It's just the nature of power. In any case, if you interact with me in the wrong way, it's gonna affect your life. And I think a lot of people just learn don't fuck with that guy. Just alone. I don't wear a mask. It bothers.
I
do that
That's
stuff.
the same with me. I don't wear masks of any kind.
Yeah, no one, no
I
one
am
says anything to me.
I am honest about who I am, the way I am, and why I am that way. You
Yeah,
either
I mean, if
accept it
someone,
or you don't.
yeah, I mean, if someone wanted to talk to me about it, I'm more than willing to have a conversation. Uh, whatever, whatever I pick up on at that moment, they might not like what I say, because it's probably going to be like, because at that point I'm going to start cutting. I'm going to cut in something that I said, and I don't mean in like a negative way, like, but I mean I'm cutting to a truth to
There's
make them comfortable.
there's a
Start revealing
difference
to them.
between an intellectual fight or an argument, that's of the mind, and there's one that's
Yeah.
different than that's one of a physical nature.
So I think a lot of people just avoid that because it's easier for them to just continue to be in a state of despair, depression, anxiety, and they don't want to interact with it. Going to actually change that. Because I will shake the tree.
I always shake the tree, always.
Yeah, so I think that saves me a little bit of trouble sometimes, where I just don't have. I also am not walking around. If I go out in the world, I'm not.
Even though
Yeah.
I may not have a weapon on me 24/7, but I don't ever go anywhere unarmed. If that makes
You don't
sense.
ever unarmed, sort of. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I
Well, but unarmed.
I am very much capable of taking care of myself in many different ways.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, some people they're worried. Like, what is this person gonna think? Are they gonna do? Is this gonna happen? Is that gonna happen? Like, you can't control any of that. Why? People are gonna do whatever. You only can control your thoughts. A lot of the time, your thoughts are powerful, and if you're that type, I'm not saying you are or aren't, but certain people don't realize the power of their thoughts. And even if you're not that type of person, eventually your thoughts will manifest if you don't put a lot of power. So if you're constantly worrying and thinking about all of these what ifs, some of that stuff is going to start coming into the material world. So you are going to have bad experiences if you're worried all the time and you're afraid and thinking like, what if this, that, what about this person, what do they do? You're essentially self-sabotaging, torturing yourself.
Pretty much.
So yeah, I avoid that as much as I can. Try to be an intentional person.
Okay, now my engines are on. Okay, that's wow. Okay. Okay. Off there.
The craziest thing that I've seen about this COVID mask thing, even with like leftists and liberals, everyone knows in the back of their mind, you see it in their eyes. They know it's bullshit.
You notice they stopped reporting on the flu?
Yeah, they did. And the funniest thing of it all is even in the back of their mind, in their subconscious, when they know it's bullshit, they'll make up excuses of why. So, why? And the rest.
COVID-19 is a super flu. If you have the flu, you have COVID-19. If you have COVID-19, you have the flu.
Seems like maybe the case.
ASCO 4,
a
ASCO
little
5.
bit more deaths, take legit deaths. But if you do that, you're also including people who were intentionally murdered as well. Because there are those people who were put on ventilators, who were put in nursing homes, who wouldn't have normally died through that, which is it's pretty high, 80,000.
Yeah, I'm thinking I need some more upward thrust.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, load it up.
But she flies.
Yeah.
Okay, she's very agile. Might have to turn down those gyros a bit.
Yeah, I guess there's that. I'm a little bit of this. I also consciously avoid experience.
Holy crap! You see that? Oh my god! Yeah, I think it's really over gyroed.
I don't know. Maybe you do that too. Maybe you don't want to talk about this too much.
Oh no, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'm
You
just.
know what I mean when I say I consciously avoid that I don't want as well.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a confrontation person. Yeah, I'm not like.
I like a stimulating conversation, but there's a difference between a stimulating conversation and a fight.
Yeah.
Because not all fights are physical.
They're not. Some things, like, you can pick up on things. Which you do, I know. Pick up on. You can kind of pull that out.
Yeah, I mean, you get a feel
before
for it.
happens.
Yeah, you get a feel for it.
Yeah. For example, maybe there's an experience that's going to happen that's not possible. Put the kibosh.
Well,
And then
you have to take those experiences with a grain of salt because one bad experience typically is going to pave the way for 10 good ones.
yeah, there's that too. But you can also just avoid them.
Yeah, but then you're not living. Then you're running away in fear.
No, you're not necessarily running away. Like, for example, let's say that there's a bad spirit present, and you know that it's coming from a particular individual, and that you sense the intention of that individual and that spirit. It's trying to manifest something in your reality. Every human being has a sphere of influence in terms of, like, the dream they're having. Dad would.
Yeah, it's called an aura.
If you do not want to allow that thing interact with your sphere of influence, your reality, your experience, you can put the kibosh on. You don't have to have that experience at launch. It's not necessary.
That's absolutely correct.
Some experiences that are bad are there to do a lesson. Some things are just like, it's just trouble. There's troublemaking. And they're not
some
necessarily people
experiences
who are going to teach you anything.
Some experiences manifest. Some experiences are coerced.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. I forgot a thruster.
So things like that, if I'm able to see that coming before it happens, yeah, I just skip that stuff. I don't no rule that I have to go through those experiences. They're unnecessary.
Let me out. Let me out. I don't want to be here. Let me out.
So yeah, I try to skip stuff like that. If I'm like running into someone who's a troublemaker, they've got trouble going on. If there's something I can offer that person that they can benefit from, even if it's uncomfortable for them, and I can see that I maybe have to go through uncomfortable, but that they're going to benefit somehow from it. I'll go through with that.
Well, will it sound funny if I told you that I knew I was going to meet you eventually?
No. Say that not exactly.
You remember how you were talking about seizures and deja vu?
Oh yeah.
This is a deja vu moment for me. Um,
Interesting.
the meeting you, the conversations, and stuff like that. Now I could choose to not make it what it's going to be, or I can let it be, like you said. I have that choice. But
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what comes next. Because having
go ahead.
a positive influence can lead to negativity. A negative influence can lead to positivity. Very Freudian, I know. But at this point in my life, what have I got to lose?
Yeah, I hope I'm a positive influence. I don't know if that's true. I'd like to think so, but
even if it's only for a moment, that positive sphere of influence, like you were talking about, creates more positivity, which leads to really good karma. Not just for you, but for me as well. So,
possibility, yeah. That's generally how positivity works.
Well, no, it even doesn't depend on that. If you're earnest about what you give to other people, you're going to get good karma for that.
You do, yeah.
Ooh, I missed.
Actually, you get good karma, and they get good karma. It's a win-win.
Absolutely. But it's when you start judging each other or one another that all of a sudden the karma starts to tip the other way.
That happened.
And that is missed by most people. And I don't even have, at this point in my life, I understand it in such a way to where I don't ever have to say an unkind word to anybody anymore. Because all I have to do is be nice, be kind, and be polite.
Yeah.
Because in doing that, I maintain my positive karma and my positivity and all that. And I don't have to worry about the negativity of others.
You don't, actually. There's zero loss as long as you're positive. Someone.
Okay, now let's see how.
That is the thing that happens, though.
Absolutely.
I think I see where you're going with that. Obviously, judgment is part of it. There are people who have something that they want, and they're not being honest about it. Don't tell you till later.
Or
And then
they
you realize
try
that,
to take it from you.
or they try to take it from you. Then things go sour because they start judging you that you're not doing what they want. They weren't honest with you about the expectation.
And I don't even know why I brought that up, honestly.
There's some reason why. I don't know what was going on with your deja vu or whatever, but I think that was important.
I think
Maybe for yourself, but maybe also for me too.
I think that was maybe um, one of those things. Me saying, uh, "Be aware."
Yeah, it's kind of like a warning.
I don't know if
I
I'd go
think
that far, but
well, maybe not a warning. The way I was thinking about it before that is kind of like a foundation.
well, you're going to be had if you're not careful.
Me,
Yep.
I. How is that?
Not sure.
No.
I'm looking at what I sense and how what I sense could possibly manifest. And basically, it's more like somebody's trying to play a head trip on you. Like maybe
Yeah.
there's this girl that likes you or that you like, kind of thing, or somebody that is developing an acquaintance that somebody in real life, not over the computer.
Yep.
They're tugging at you and toying with you, and it started recently. Just be careful.
Interesting.
I would have to say it started 2, 3 days ago, if I'd hazard to guess. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think might be picking up on this.
And it also might be something that you're feeling that you're actually trying to avoid thinking about. Just because you don't want to deal with the crap.
So a few days ago.
Yeah, 2, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, something like that, just recently.
Well, you could be picking up on something person that, right?
Anything is possible. All I can tell you is what I sense. Um, it could have nothing to do with somebody you know. It could have something to do with something that's coming. It could have something to do with something that's already happened. Could have something to do with the way you may be feeling.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. I'll definitely be careful though. I appreciate that heads up. Deja vu is kind of interesting. I had deja vu before where I'm able to tell future events before they happen. Based on as far as what I want that.
Yeah, I mean, people have dreams that'll do that because what they'll do is they'll take their environment and when they're sleeping, they'll put all of that information together and make a story in their dream out of it. And try to that's their mind trying to make sense of all the sensory input and all the information that they've gathered throughout the day.
Yeah.
Those are what I consider prophetic dreams.
Yeah, some people have some ability.
Everybody has that. Everybody. Just most people don't pay attention to it.
Maybe it's the fear thing that we were talking about before. But when I go to sleep now, I think it's debatable. Because I'm not sure. I'm not really asking either. But um,
It doesn't always have to be about fear. It could just be something you don't like. Maybe there's something you
yeah.
don't like thinking about, or you don't want to think about. Um,
What I was gonna say is a lot of times I don't dream. I've been dreaming more recently.
Probably since you and I have been having these philosophical discussions.
What I've been dreaming more.
I would think so.
Well, no, if my dreams have.
There's actually a rational reason for something like that.
Oh yeah. No. Part of it is. Remember we were talking about that whole thing with going to where people are after they pass away and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I found that I'm able to control what happens a little bit more if I, or at least I think I don't. And it's just, yeah, you don't want to deal with this sort of.
There's an interesting thing about a talent like that. If you deny it, it will get pissed off at you.
Yeah, kill me.
No, not kill you. But it'll get pissed off and throw a temper tantrum and say, fine, you want to ignore me? When you want me to show up, I'm not going to be there. Kind of thing. And
Yeah,
eventually you'll relax and start to feel normal, and all of a sudden you'll be able to again.
you cut out.
You'll be able to again.
Oh, okay.
It's basically like having a fight with yourself.
With yourself, yeah.
You want to be able to explore the ability, but the fear has a different answer for you, and it basically says, well, you were afraid of me before, why should I believe you now? Kind of thing.
More like kind of like not that's really necessary. I think that I'm supposed to. I don't want all nuance of it.
You were
Exactly
given.
what I'm supposed to do.
You were
That's
given.
something I actually kind of supposed.
You were given an ability. Okay. The only thing that you can absolutely know for sure, aside from the fact that you were given an ability, is the ability is only useful if you use it correctly. But how do you use it correctly? You don't know. You have to use it to find out.
Oh, it's not just that. There's
There always is.
yeah. I have no control whether. Well, I mean, maybe I do. Actually,
You have control.
Control. Yeah, I guess what I mean is something different, which is the original train of thought I was going down. Because I do actually have control. Sort of that aspect. I do have some control over whether like spirits and not they show up, bother, been active.
You also have control over which spirits.
That's true as well. I mean, like people who have passed on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So.
The one thing that you have to remember,
think about.
They can't hurt you. Not somebody like you.
They're not hurting me.
No, they can't harm you.
Who have passed on.
You
No, they never did.
they can't influence you like they could a normal person. You were
No, I don't
given
think
the
so.
abilities that you have for a reason. Not to sound like Yoda or anybody else, but
No.
or Jor-El, like you told Superman.
Yeah.
You have these powers for a reason. um, but you, the only way that you can discover the best way for you to use these abilities are to use the abilities.
Yeah.
Um,
You're probably right.
now, sometimes we need a helping hand. Maybe that's why we met. Maybe
Possible.
we're here to help each other. Maybe I'm here to help you. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Possible. I'm
But
not sure if that's the case with this particular thing, but maybe you are helping me already just by discussing this. It's forcing me to consider things.
how many people have you actually been able to talk to freely, comfortably about this stuff?
Not many.
hmm That's my point.
Most people just think.
Like I said, I don't judge. I like to explore different thoughts and different ideas. I've got no desire to judge anybody. Um,
So, kind of what I was saying about the dream back on the original sort of tangent going on. At night, sometimes in the past, I'm not the most grounded person. I'm not like trying to make an excuse, but I guess I sort of am. But I don't know what you think about like astrology and charts and stuff. I'm not big on it. Do you see it sort of in the category? But I also think there's something to aspects of it as well.
only a fool would discount knowledge they don't understand.
So in my chart, there is almost no Earth. Like and I've never seen anyone's chart that has no Earth in it. And I can definitely see how like I guess influences that might affect me from the day I was born to till to who I am as a person. I can see how even if it's minor, those are. I guess that's what I'm. So what happens is not now currently, but years ago, when I would go to sleep, I just easily drift to other worlds. It happened. It got to the point where vibrationally, I just immediately go into start like journeying other realm.
And then it started happening when you were awake and you couldn't control it.
It didn't necessarily happen when I was awake, but sort of, I guess. Yeah, sort of does. I think I'm like that all the time, though.
You are now,
In a way. Yeah, I am now. Yeah, I'm like that all the time.
but when you were younger, you were learning how to use your ability, but you forced yourself to stop learning out of fear.
Yeah, probably.
I did it. That's how come I can recognize it.
So, yeah, when I go to sleep now, I put myself into like a dreamless sleep a lot of times. Peaceful. And I just relax in my body.
I can only fall asleep if I meditate. And then not always then either.
So sometimes I do have dreams, and I don't particularly care for them, but I don't stop them. If I start dreaming, I don't stop them. Like it's something I don't like. I really don't. I don't really have bad dreams. I am pretty skeptical about some things that realm. But I can lucid dream anytime I want. If I want to leave the dream, or if I just want to like snap into out of my little dream bubble, go something else. But yeah, I typically just stay in my body and I try not to.
I've taken that a little bit further. I can lucid dream at any time.
Yeah.
Um, about anything.
Yeah.
Um, they used to tell me that you just have an active imagination. I said, no, it's more than that. And through that lucid dreaming, to somebody else that can do the same kind of lucid dreaming, I can actually, it's, to me, it is akin to like an astral projection communication, almost like a hologram.
Yeah. It is like that. You can do it with other people. You don't have to necessarily be next to them. You can be next to them. You can go and have an adventure if you want.
My only caveat is that I have to know them. I have to have met them personally.
Okay.
Like
I don't have to have met them actually in real life.
For me to be able to do it at will,
some people,
I have to have met them personally because I don't trust what I hear over the internet.
I don't either.
I don't disbelieve it, but
yeah,
I have to have that physical, personal attachment to the individual in order to trust the connection.
Yeah, to allow it to happen. Yeah, that's probably smart. There's this one kid that I met, and he wanted me to do that. He had that ability. So I went to visit him, and it wasn't really very nice. Like, he didn't make a nice place. So I didn't enjoy it. And I talked about it with him after, and I told him that we wouldn't be doing that again.
Yeah,
I wanted to play too many games.
My brain is a scary place.
So, yeah, I'll just tell you exactly what happened. So, we were supposed to meet up and hang out. It was supposed to be a cool thing. And he made this, like, dark landscape of, like, city-type landscape of, like, darkness and shadows and sketchy stuff going around. And he dressed up all in black and was jumping around everywhere and being all weird and wanted me to chase him and stuff. And yeah, I don't want to play a game. Playing game. I want to go to your dark place and play a game. You're good.
Yeah, I think he was watching Chucky.
Yeah, I mean, I understand people got different stuff going on in their mind, and that was maybe fun for him, and he trying to be cool. But, yeah, if I was going to go hang out with someone, it wouldn't be in a place like that. If I was going to go to, like, another realm, not create a place like that for.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. If you choose to try something like that with me, I'll allow you to. I won't stop you. I will warn you that I've had a very violent life.
Yeah.
But I haven't been the violent one. I've always been afraid of that side of me.
Yeah, I don't typically do that with people.
You'll do it on accident.
I'm not saying I won't do it. I don't want to do it.
You'll do it on accident.
I need to tire. I'll do it on accident.
Because I'm curious to you.
Oh, I don't know what will happen, to be honest. But what I can say is I actively try not to. Like, obviously, there's a certain part of me that reads people, whether like it just happens.
Yeah,
I actively try to avoid that. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
you're give people personal space.
That's because you're not comfortable with your abilities yet. You're still not quite sure of them.
So I try to give people some space as much as I can, and I also try to do that for me too. so I don't. So I have my own space as well.
I've been a
I'm not
teacher all
the
my
best
life.
at. Yeah, you're probably right on that in terms of me not being comfortable. But yeah, I also need that space myself. And I'm not the best at creating. I try to keep
But
it there.
you also need guidance because you have a lot of talent and a lot of ability. But in order to tap that, you have to be comfortable with it. You have to be able to get yourself in a spot where you can depend and trust in those things. And then you will
Yeah,
begin to feel more like you're doing what you're supposed to do.
yeah.
And I don't know why I just basically said you feel like your life is not what it's supposed to be. But
Um, I think that's probably true to some degree.
I did not mean to
Right now.
psychoanalyze you. My apologies
No,
for that.
no. I mean, you picked up on something. I didn't actually hear you say that until you said it the second. But no, I'm not exactly. I mean, I sort of said that too before you. I'm definitely not doing some of the most to be doing.
Well, it's more fundamental than that. You're one of those people that you're you're in the constant search for something greater than yourself. And yeah, there's a lot of people that are like that, but there are very few people that can actually do something about it. You can, and you know it.
For sure.
But you can't figure out why you're not able to yet. You will.
You mean why I'm not able to yet? Something about it.
You have some very great things headed your way. But they're going to happen in little pieces that you probably won't even notice. And the best thing I can say about it is just keep on going like you're going, and you'll get there. Why am I not drilling? Drill. Drill, baby, drill. Come on. Okay, I'm drilling.
Well, I don't know what to say to that. Thank you.
Oh, it's not me saying it.
No, I mean, you kind of picked it off me. Why? Right? Looking up on Interact field.
Okay, this is going to seem a little strange. But ever since my rifle accident, I stopped being able to tap into my abilities.
Okay.
Okay? As soon as I started taking the anti seizure pills,
Mhm.
the next morning I was able to use my abilities again. And
Interesting.
it was quite overwhelming. And the way that you're helping me is you're helping me remember how to use those abilities and what they're there for. My place for you is to help you learn how to use those abilities.
Okay.
Normally, those abilities happen by being passed genetically. But there are those that are not genetically related to me, but also have those abilities. Maybe they're, like I was saying, from the Levitical tribe. Maybe they're just another family line of the Levitical tribe. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
But whenever I come across somebody that's interested in the abilities or shows signs of having these abilities, by all means, I'm 55 years old. My life is all but over. They think I'm a kook and a redneck with a gun. Anyway, so what do I care? you know? So I've learned a lot about what I can do and the way I can do it in my life. Some people are interested, some people aren't. Some people have different opinions.
So do you think that it's like, because I mean, I maybe actually be Jewish. Do you think that it's like a Levitical thing? You don't think that it's something that's different tribes have? Groups of people?
I don't know enough to be able to answer that accurately.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly where it came from, or if it's just something that I already.
Right, I'm just making suppositions based on my own research throughout my life, and most of it's hypothetical anyway. But that's the things that I present are the way it seems to me. Does not mean I'm right. Does not mean I'm wrong. It's the evidence that I've gathered in my life says here are some different options.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, that's the whole. Well, not with talking before. That's kind of why I don't really do too much with the dreaming thing. I think dreams are interesting. That's why I let them happen when they do happen. I like to observe them, watch them happen. I'm talking.
You know who else used to have these abilities and were touted for these abilities?
Who's that?
Druids.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about the questions you had about the crows,
Yeah.
that it struck me as very Celtic.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that exactly.
Well, it's something.
I can say something about it.
It's just something to think about, something to look into, maybe for gits and shiggles.
No, I've thought about it. I haven't, like, I don't know. Obviously, I sort of come from a Judeo-Christian viewpoint. At least theologically, I heavily lean towards that. But outside of that that sphere, I felt that from for a long time that I was a druid in the past life. I don't know what to make of that. I have specific past life feelings, experiences, memories, different things. Some other people have walked up to me and told me specific things that I already know about my past lives. Are they really my lives? Am I just kind of tapped into a thread of the continuum of consciousness, or somebody else who lived a long time ago? I don't even know if it's really worthwhile to think about that very much, to be honest.
I got an interesting.
But I've always felt a fairly strong connection with some things that the druids did. I know they did. I feel a very strong connection with trees for.
Well, that actually, believe it or not,
trees talk to me.
That could actually be something that you manifested when you were a child from a book that you may have read that touched your soul.
Yep, completely a possibility.
It
spent
could
a lot
also
of time outdoors when I was a kid.
it could also be something genetic. It could also be that you were chosen for a specific role, and now the time has come for you to start learning that role, so when the time comes, you'll be prepared. Okay? But I got an interesting story for you. Okay? I knew my wife, my current wife, for all of maybe 3 days, 4 days. And I asked her if I could use her backyard because she had like 2 acres in the backyard so I could practice with my bow because bow hunting season was coming along. And I was out there practicing for a couple of hours. And then I asked her if she'd mind if I went up to the second story bathroom and shot out the window at the target. I told her, I says, I won't hit anybody. I won't miss the target. If I do, it'll be short, so I'll hit the dirt. She says, you sure? I said, let me show you. So I'm using a 75-pound pole hunting bow. I pulled it back and I hit the target. And she says, okay, I trust you enough. Just let me let my mom know, my roommate know, so they don't go out the back porch. Oh, you don't have to worry. They're too far down below. There's no way the arrow can get them, even if they're on the farthest part of the porch. And I started shooting. I shot maybe 30 arrows. And I went downstairs and grabbed all the arrows out of the target and then stepped back to 25 yards and started shooting. And Diana, her mom, and her roommate, they're all standing on the porch and they're giggling and laughing. And Merlin asked me, she just blurts out, you ever been a Roman? I said, well, I'm a little Russian and a little Roman. And Diana says, oh, really? And I said, yeah, I got Russian hands and Roman fingers. And she laughed at me and she says, you want a beer? I said, yeah, I'll be right up. And I go up, went out on the porch, and she says, you know, that was kind of hot with you down there. And I looked at her and her mom just slaps her on the shoulder. And I said, why is that? And she says, because you kind of reminded me of a Roman archer. And this was before she knew anything about my family heritage.
Mm-hmm.
And I says, funny you should mention that. Because we think my family was from a Roman archer clan. From some of the Germanic tribes.
Yeah. So it's probably genetic.
Well, no, I think she may have picked up on the whole past lives thing. She's got some unique abilities of her own.
Yeah, she might have.
She's a very literal-minded person.
Yeah.
But she is also very aware of a person's true nature.
Mm-hmm.
She can't do the same things that I can, or you can, maybe some of the things, but not quite in the same way. But hers, she's a healer. And she is also something, or someone, actually something is more accurate, that takes life. Okay? If there was any one person that represented what I described to you as a crow, it would be her.
Interesting.
Okay? Now, I had one dream about her, just one, after we met. And we were laying in bed, we get into an argument, and she stabs me in the shoulder with a letter opener.
Oh, wow.
And then I found the letter opener that I'd never seen before that she stabbed me with in the dream.
Oh, wow.
And I told her about the dream again, and the letter opener disappeared.
Yeah.
And she hasn't stabbed me yet, so I guess I'm good to go.
I don't know what to make of that. But one thing I will say, and I'm guessing you sort of realize it, said you don't like crows. Obviously, people have different sort of polarities, like you're saying, positive and negative. Generally, the connotation is with bird spirits that usually like a crow or raven, but birds in general, because they're not mammals, they're generally more questionable in terms of like that influence and that type of that power or that magic, whatever you want to call it. Some people don't like that, and it can be dangerous.
I can actually tell you why specifically I don't like crows. Um, it wasn't something that I was comfortable sharing with you at the time. I was 4 years old, and I had my grandpa John. He was like 7 foot tall, not an exaggeration. He weighed 400 pounds, had a pot belly like Santa Claus, smoked these big old green cigars that most people couldn't get their mouth around. He had a real deep, booming voice to the point to where when he talked, he had to whisper because his voice just was so booming. I love my Grandpa John. He'd read me stories. He'd bounce me on his leg for hours. I'd fall asleep in his arms watching cartoons with him. He was my favorite grandpa at the time. Well, one day there was a commotion outside. I think Red started barking. Red was our golden retriever. My dad had trained him for search and rescue. And I went out back to see what was going on. There was freaking crows everywhere. I mean, it was like the entire sky was black with just nothing but crows. Okay, this was 1970. I believe it was the fall of 1970. And there's actually a thing in California that happened with birds in 1970, I believe.
Oh, okay. What happened?
There was.
Well, I don't want to interrupt your story.
But when I went back inside, my Grandpa John had his cigar in his hand, like he was putting out in the ashtray. His eyes were wide open, but he wouldn't respond to me. I called to him like 8 times. And about 5 minutes later, Chapo comes in. And all he said is, "Oh, that makes sense."
Mm-hmm.
And he told me to go get my mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd asked Chapo when I came back down, because it took my mom and dad a few minutes, what happened. And he said the crows were here to take your grandpa home.
Yeah.
And I'd been angry that the crows took my grandfather ever since, my whole life. And that's why I don't like crows.
I think that's legitimate.
But they haven't given up on me. They haven't abandoned me.
Well,
And no matter how many of them I kill, twice as many that I killed show back up the next year.
yeah. They have a job. It's their job.
And I think that has something to do with Chapo.
Oh, the reason the crows haven't given up?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe he put in a good word for you, and they like you. They're willing to forgive you.
But why do they keep on presenting themselves for me to kill? Oh, wait, I just answered my own question.
No.
I do.
But what else? And I could be wrong. This is my. This is just. I'm not saying this is how things are. Did I come through clear there?
I just realized why they keep on doing that.
Oh, maybe they.
I can actually hear Chapo's words saying this to me.
Well,
They know you're angry
well,
because they took your grandfather. So
yeah.
they're allowing you the chance to rid yourself of the anger that's been poisoning your heart your whole life. And they won't stop until the job is done. And you can be friends
Sounds
with them
about right.
again. I can hear Chapo saying that to me.
Boss. I think that's true.
It is. I mean,
Figured out.
animal spirits, natural spirits, when you're listening, you'll hear things that will surprise you. When you're not listening, you will hear things that scare the shit out of you. True story.
Well, on that front, I don't know if I had.
Oh, I'm just waiting for hydrogen to build back up.
Nice.
I don't think I put on enough O2s. Pretty sure I got enough ice, but I don't think. Oops. I got enough O2
I'm gonna
generators.
get some water.
All right. I got 2 million stone. Well, that explains why it's a little sluggish. So, why is my hydrogen tank taking so long?
Excuse me. I'm back.
Woohoo!
So, I'm gonna fill up your gas there.
Yeah. I'm thinking that I don't have quite enough O2 generators. I do have some room to put a couple on there. But I don't want to increase the weight too much. But then I also,
Spaces here, Stein.
I have like 1.3 million ice and a little under 3 million stone
Yeah.
on the ship. So this is taking a little while. And I'm only weighing like 4.5 million pounds, 4.4 million pounds, or a million kilograms. So, yeah, I'm just slightly full. And I only have small cargo containers on this thing. But I do know where there's gold and cobalt. I found those my last trip out. Wondering if I should set up some connectors to eject stone. So let's see here. What can I do? Let's go to GPS. And let's. I don't want to show that. Don't want to show that. That. I wish you could be able to select all of them at one time. So you didn't have to do this repetitious. Hey, that's a mod you can make.
So,
Make a small mod that makes it so you don't have to individually click all your GPS to make them visible or invisible. So you can use like Control and Shift click to make them visible and invisible or unvisible on your HUD.
I gotta look at what you're showing me. Say that again. Sorry, I had off screen for a second.
So you don't have to do these individually, so you can use Shift and Control.
Oh yeah. You can't shift in multiple.
No, it won't let you.
It's possible to do that.
I don't know.
No, it is. It's possible to do that. Which you unfortunately, well, I'll put it this way: some guys are trying to make a plugin. Let us do that. The Space Engineer's UI is not on the model. That sort of stuff. But with the Torch plugin, Rexar is trying to do that. That's who it is, or he was. I don't know if it still is. Rexar is a bit of a hard act to follow. You know Rexar, what I'm talking about?
I think I've heard the name, but I don't know specifically. No.
He's a pretty passionate modding guy who got hired by Keen, who said he got treated like shit at Keen and that Keen was shitty, and then he left Keen, he went back to modding and Torch stuff, and then Keen stole some of his and someone else's code off of a private repository that they shared, and he said that he was done with Space Engineers and he was leaving the community, and then last I heard he was doing mod plugins that I don't do.
Oh man.
So he may be doing something. He may I don't talk to him. Not Lucas probably. But kind of on the edge, and not on the bleeding edge like Lucas or something like that. I'm on the periphery, modding.
Oh man.
Rexar.
Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of stuff that goes on in the industry. That's unfortunate, but
It is. Yeah, I try to stay aware of things. I'm not trying to get well, probably. Like, I had already been on top of the weapon core stuff, for example. Yeah, I got it, blenders. Made it cool. The only reason I'm on the periphery, because I wanted to get in touch with people in case, I think I told you, in case I had questions or if I help, I wanted to connect with almost everybody in Space Engineers that I could. No, I don't.
well, yeah, that shows intelligence all by itself.
So, I think almost every modder, I can contact Discord within just a click. Be able to. There's some that aren't super accessible, but all of the really good ones I can talk to pretty easily. It's a matter of me finding whatever Discord I'm on to it.
I can't really say that I'm good or bad, or that I'm even a modder. I don't really consider.
Oh, you are, and you modded something. Modder.
I've modded a lot of different games.
Yeah.
I've all the way back. I think the first game that I ever modded was Command and Conquer. Red Alert.
It's cool.
And then Baldur's Gate 2, Neverwinter Nights, a bunch of TSR games. Half-Life, Doom, all the first generation games like that.
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls. And then there was the Nintendo. My mom used to get so mad at me because I was always able to find ways to cheat.
Yeah, you're like reprogramming the ROM.
Yeah. Or being able to do a triple super jump in Super Mario Brothers.
Cool.
You know, and then cell phones came out, and the stuff that I used to do with the cell phone to the Nintendo and to the computer. I'd take control over my mom's computer with the cell phone. She couldn't figure out what was happening. It used to freak her out.
Yeah.
And then one day I showed her, and she beat the living snot out of me in a fun way. Started throwing things at me, stuffed animals, pillows. Chasing me around the house, hit me with a broom. The soft end.
So if you ever are interested, like for example, like Zocklo or Sage, or you want to talk to Scott Strack, whoever, any people, I can give. I don't talk to him. I met once, twice.
I'm usually very uncomfortable talking with people. Individually, I'm fine, but it's talking to people in general that I don't know. If I don't know them, I don't trust them.
Yeah, I think the majority of them are somewhat introvert. If not all of them. I don't think most of us want to talk to each other. I guess I'll put it that way. Space Engineers people are funny. But they're friendly, and they're like, they sort of want to talk. If you have a question or you want to compliment them or whatever, depending on whether they're a content creator, they're a modder, or I guess that sort of content creator, or whatever. You know, they're all that every single person that I've actually messaged.
Yeah, that's what I would consider myself to be more than anything else, as a content creator.
Yeah.
But because I don't always trust my abilities, because I don't remember a lot of the time. But the things that I understand, I can't tell you how I understand. And to a lot of people, in their eyes, that makes me full of shit, kind of thing. And to some extent, I suppose I can understand that.
Yeah.
But
understanding and knowledge are kind of opposite spectrum.
Yeah, and
Opposite
then
polarity.
because I can't tell you where I got the knowledge that I have. I don't remember.
Things are like.
I have my degrees, I have certificates, I have accolades that I don't remember where they came from, but they're in my name. My dad told me that I used to be hot and heavy into technology, and if it wasn't for him, a lot of these things that I vaguely remember wouldn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I think also that genetic, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if it works the same way for you or if this is a different thing, but you've seen The Matrix, right?
Yeah.
The first one. You know how they get those downloads? Like all of a sudden, like a bunch of stuff gets stored into their brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can happen. I'm guessing.
Well, it's actually more real than you might think. It has been for many years.
Yeah, if I need to know something and it's relevant and maybe some other people would like it if I didn't know certain things, I'll sometimes I just get like like it's like all of a sudden a high bandwidth stream of information, and I know a lot of things that I didn't know before. And
Do you remember me
there's
telling
no
you?
question as to whether it's true or not.
Do you remember me talking to you about the genetic library?
Yeah,
And I told you that you had access to it?
yeah,
Now you understand what it is.
so you think it is that same it is that high bandwidth stream of downloading that I'm talking about?
It's a way to put it, but it's genetic memory. You're able to access the memory of your genetic past.
You think it's only my genetic past? Maybe. Maybe that's.
You have no idea how much information is in one strand of DNA.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Okay? Now, humans, as we know it, have only been on the earth a short time in comparison. However, we have been many different creatures throughout the eons. We still carry that DNA with us.
True.
Okay?
Like human tree.
We are talking billions of years. So when I say your DNA, ultimately, we all came from the same place.
Yeah, kind of interesting.
And it's not
I was
mutually
thinking
exclusive.
recently. Oh, you go ahead.
It's not mutually exclusive. Um, there are divergence, when separated by climate and stuff like that, it creates new genetic mutations, that kind of thing. But you still have access to the past genetic memory.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody does, but not
I think
everybody.
they do.
Not everybody can access it on at will. Most people access it on accident once or twice in their life, and it carries them the rest of their life. There are others that can repeatedly access the information, but it very rarely does them any good. As far as
one of those people.
you and I both are. But we're selfless people. We are more concerned with others. And we try to do our best to help others around us not have to go through the shit that we know is coming. If they're good people, we're going to step in, even if we have to do it underhandedly, and we're going to protect those people because they're too ignorant to help themselves. We're going to do it. Oftentimes, that costs us dearly. But we still do it because that's our nature.
Well, when you put it in those terms, I don't want to say that it's like a good job in the same context that we were saying before, but I think it's the right thing to do. But maybe not yours to do or I'm supposed to do, but I think that's ideally that's what needs to happen.
My father did it. My grandfather did it on my dad's side. That's the kind of men they were. I respected and admired both of them. And I learned their ways.
Sound like those people.
They are.
Yeah,
and they were.
I think that's I think that's part of being a man, and not just like in terms of like the higher aspect of mass, like supposed to protect people that are innocent, especially who are unable to protect themselves. Maybe they're not completely innocent, but there's obviously degrees of things, and I think the ability to do that comes with a responsibility.
That's actually part of the biblical definition of what a soldier is.
Yeah, it's similar to like being a soldier, or if you have a firearm. People think it's just something you do or whatever, but it's a responsibility.
That's right. And I was blessed with the ability to be able to shoot straight even with my eyes closed. I can throw a knife 30 yards and hit and stick whatever I'm choosing to aim at.
Yeah,
I can. I've shot over 1,000 yards and hit my target dead on. I can fire a pistol at 500 yards and hit my target 7 out of 8 times.
yeah,
I'm not the fastest in the world, and I'm not the most accurate. But I am one of those people that will run to danger while everybody else is running away.
yeah.
I've always been like that, even when I was a kid.
I don't know about my. I mean, like I said, there are guns here and stuff, and I do shoot occasionally. I don't know a lot about guns. I don't really have issues hitting my target. I don't know what to think about it really. I don't really. I guess I sort of have some thoughts about it in that maybe that's another thing that I'm sort of afraid of.
You don't want to
There was
take
a
a
while
life.
back when I was thinking about. Oh, you go ahead.
You don't want to take a life. A human
No, I
life.
don't want to kill people.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a while back when I was thinking about joining the military. I'm pretty sure I could kill a lot of people. Like, I obviously can tell where people are without seeing them. It seems very unfair.
Dude, I got news for you. It is real easy to kill another human being. It's actually harder not to.
Yeah, so I don't want to kill people. If I have to do it, then I have to do it, and that's what'll happen. But I'd like to avoid that if that's possible.
That's what most good men are supposed to say.
But I probably should shoot a little more. I probably should get more knowledge about that stuff.
You should always be knowledgeable about guns and weapons, especially knives, bows, and guns, specifically.
Yeah,
Bows because they're stealthy, quiet, and there's virtually no law against them and they're easy to make.
yeah,
And a bow can be used for war or it can be used to hunt.
yeah. Well, I started shooting bows when I was kids.
Just like a gun, it can be used for war or it can be used to hunt. A knife can be used for war, it can be used to hunt, or it can be used as a tool.
Yeah, you can.
Now, I'm going to go get some more coffee. I'll be right back. I'm probably going to stop and harass the wife a little bit. I've come out to harass you. my server shut down. Damn it.
It restarted.
Yeah. Must be that time. Oh shit, it's been 3.5 hours. Holy cow. Time flies when you're having fun. Wait. Time flies when you're having fun. Did I just say time flies when you're having fun? Wow. Okay. That's as bad as Cough a Cuppy.
Yeah. So, coffee's good.
Oh yeah. A little colder than I like, but or wanted actually. If I wanted iced coffee, it's not cold enough. But I wasn't in the mood for iced coffee.
Yeah, so I kind of wonder, and I know you probably have seen or heard of many goats.
Mini who what's his?
The men who stare at goats.
Oh yeah, and can make him pass out.
Yeah. So I've never obviously killed anybody before that I know of possible. But it's highly unlikely that I killed any. Definitely not physically at least. Butterfly.
If you can talk,
Leave something somewhere. And, someone trips over. Fall. Anyways, go ahead.
if you can talk to animals, you're not actually communicating with words, even though you may use words. You're communicating with pheromones, which are emotion based.
Part of it.
Yeah, and they're emotion based. And if you're connected molecularly to your own body, which a lot of people are, you actually will purposely secrete the pheromones that your animals can understand. Goats are really receptive to certain pheromones. Some overwhelm them and will make them pass out.
It's a way to think about it. So, anyways, where I was kind of going with this, I think when you kill somebody, you sort of get some abilities. I'm not saying they're good or bad. Your life changes, reality changes, maybe in a way that you maybe didn't want or realize was possible. I'm not asking to kill anyone or not, but I don't believe I've had that experience. I'm not sure what I want it to happen. I kind of wonder, and I think certain people are blessed, like they have a special ability, like it's used for an example, certain Navy SEALs, stuff like that. Like it's their job to be that person who does that, so they don't lose their special abilities, their connection. But I think that if you do get involved with that, there is a chance that you choose your abilities. And I think if you do misuse your abilities to kill, you can end up in a situation where you are stripped of ability
If you
that enabled you to be such expert killer.
if you misuse your abilities in any way, shape, or form, there is always a price to pay. Always. No matter whether the misuse was justified or not, there is no halfway. There's no part way. If it was an accident, it's no different than being on purpose. However, as a soldier, You take the initial oath. That oath stands for life, and you're bound to that oath for life. You can still get in trouble for misusing your gifts, but you're not going to be the one that suffers. The people that you're charged with will suffer because of you. Because it's your job to protect and serve like a cop.
Mm-hmm.
If you fail that, you're not failing yourself. You're failing the people that you're charged with caring for or protecting.
Yeah. It's even potentially worse.
It is worse. I've never killed anybody that I'm aware of. I've come close a number of times. And one time I thought I did. Turns out I didn't. I just knocked him out cold. I hit one guy so hard in the head that hit me upside the head with a brick. I hit him so hard with an inch and a half piece of water pipe that I put him into an epileptic seizure. His eyes near popped out of his head after they rolled completely back to where all you could see is the white of his eyes.
Yeah.
Scariest damn thing I've ever seen. I jarred his brainstem so bad. Come to find out that the only thing that saved his life is that he was high on meth. So his brainstem absorbed the shock and didn't send all the impulses to his brainstem, so it didn't kill him. But I bent an inch and a half water pipe clean around his head, like it was a loop-de-loop. 6 foot piece of inch and a half water pipe. I hit him right square across the top of the forehead, wrapped it all the way around his head to where I could grab the other end of it. Just hit him once. His name was Manny. Little street punk that wouldn't stop stealing out of my fucking trailer. Kept on breaking into my trailer and smashing my wife's car with a brick. I caught him one day, and then he tried to throw the brick at me. So I broke the brick in midair, and then hit him upside the head with a fucking water pipe. Then went over to my dad's house, and I said, "Dad, I think I just killed somebody." He said, "What'd you do?" And I said, "I hit Manny with a water pipe." And he says, "Good for you." And I said, "Dad, I think I killed him." And he told me to explain to him what happened, and I told him we were over there. And just as we get back over there, Manny starts coming to, and my dad says, "Stick your knee right in the middle of his spine between his shoulder blades." And I did. And Manny tried to push his way up, and he said, "Rabbit punch him." So I did. I hit him in the base of the neck with my elbow. Just bap! Manny dropped to the ground. Knocked him out again. My dad told me to stay there with my knee on his back. My dad went and called cops.
He ended up being fine too.
Oh, he went to jail. He was a repeat offender, and he was known for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when the cops came to arrest him, they said, "If you would have killed him, we wouldn't have seen nothing. We'd just say you're reporting a dead body." That's what the cops told me.
Yeah. Well, when someone gets to that point in society, it's kind of sad that that's people's reaction to situations like that. But I can't say that I blame them for feeling that way.
Yeah, this was in San Pablo, probably maybe 25 minutes from Oakland, California.
Yeah.
Right over there by Berkeley.
say normal. It's not normal for like civilization, we'll say, but I think normal in the sense of like natural behavior outside of
Yeah, for
structure
somebody that can't ever adjust to social life.
Yeah, if you have somebody who's really attracting what people are trying to have going on, willing to be. Eventually, people kind of give up. I guess the way I like to put it generally is in philosophical terms. When you violate other people's rights under natural law and in universal law too, you lose your protection under that same system. And there is a part of that it isn't part of civilization. It's just part of the way reality. That makes
This
to me
is
it's sort of hard to pass a judgment behaving because they're sort of following predicted reality. You know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
Like yeah, like you go out you go murder people, you get murdered, like you're not going to get the protection.
Not you're going to hell.
Nature's not going to give you.
Soldier or not, if you murder, you're going to hell.
So I think that's sort of why I'm not going to say I justify it, but I understand why cops.
No, it would have been self-defense if I would have killed him.
Yeah.
If I didn't know that going in, I never would have raised a hand to him. California's weird like that.
It's like that. I guess guilty too. For me, it's different. I would like to.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I like being violent.
I'd like to. You like being what? Violent?
I like being violent. That's why I work very hard not to be.
I don't know if I. But yeah, I'd like to think that if I was a police officer, if they were a body, even if the other person was going to have a lot of trouble, they were innocent themselves, and I knew that they killed them, I would write it up honestly.
I couldn't do the job of a police officer. Like my dad, I couldn't do it.
And that I would try wouldn't cover anything up, just facts.
I'm not wired that way. I
Yeah,
could
I'd be
not
very
follow
much
laws
like
that
myself.
were unjust. I could not follow laws that were politically motivated or unfair.
Yeah, that's the problem I have. But I respect people who do.
I respect honest people that do their
Yeah, people
best.
who do it honest.
You know, that doesn't mean they're not going to make mistakes, okay? Or get things
like
wrong.
you said, interpreting the spirit of the law and trying to do the best they can.
Those,
Someone's not willing to do that, trouble.
I mean, but when you have a police officer that is having a difficult time and loses his cool and becomes unprofessional and then charges the person that is obviously having medical issues, and then instead of dealing with the medical issue, you deal with the hurt feelings instead of the most emergency part of the whole thing, and you leave this person that is in dire need of medical attention alone in a squad car for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
There's
They're not.
something that's fundamentally at odds with what a cop is supposed to do, especially a sheriff's
Well,
officer.
yeah, he has forgotten this officer. He should have de-escalated instead of
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have let him.
can't,
That's
can't
probably why
make.
he threw me in the cop car.
I think that he short circuit.
Well, that's
You're right. Maybe was.
okay. But like I said, I don't have any recollection really um, of any coherence of that night. But I did have the wherewithal to go in and request to talk to the administrator and
Yeah.
apologize to the administrator for my conduct and tell her that I thought I'd hurt somebody, and if I did, I wanted to find out more about it so I could own up to it and make restitution and all that. And she said, "Oh no, you didn't hurt anybody." And then she tells
Yeah,
me
I
that
think.
they had me in restraints, and I told her, I said, "I've got no memory of that whatsoever."
Yeah, I think some people in that sort of situation where you don't have the ability to judge at least lawfully, they just put it off on the courts.
And because I was drinking, they tried to blame everything on the alcohol.
But yeah, I'm not sure being a police officer is really for or is the way modern police assumption the job
I'm
a
smelling,
lot desired, smelling.
I'm smelling something like it's on fire.
Oh,
Hold on for a second. I'm gonna check it out. Because I was sitting right in front of my desk when I smelled it. I haven't
did
done
you figure out
anything.
what it was?
No, that's what we're doing now.
What do you mean that's what we're doing now?
We're looking for what that smell was.
Oh, okay. You both smell
No, whenever I smell it, because I get synesthesia,
it? Mm-hmm.
I have her come in and look to verify because I'm deathly afraid of fire.
I think it's just your ashtray and that.
It shouldn't be that because there's no embers or anything.
No, no embers, but it's.
No, this was like fresh
I don't
smoke.
know. I'm not smelling anything like fresh smoke in here.
Okay.
It smells smoky, but it smells like old
Tobacco.
tobacco.
Okay.
And
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
not smelling anything fresh.
Okay. Never mind. I know what's going on. I just realized it is synesthesia. So I'm going through the whole headache synesthesia thing.
Oh, okay. Do you have synesthesia before you start that
Yes.
period?
Oh yeah. I smell
You
things. I normally smell things really acute anyway as my eyes get worse. And I've always had really acute hearing to boot. But when I start smelling things and I can't figure out where the smell is coming from, I ask Diana to check. And if she can't find it, then I'm pretty sure it's the synesthesia. And then
So,
I start to backtrack. Okay, what have I done or what haven't I done? So that way I can figure out what I forgot. It's kind of like an alarm.
it's kind of like an aura
Alarm.
or an alarm. That's something quite right when that happens.
Yeah, when I smell something that I can't find or is not there, especially after I've had Diana work at it. Before I started taking the seizure medicine, which stopped the synesthesia, by the way, I would go lay down and be a little afraid that something bad was getting ready to happen. And when I started feeling better and the synesthesia went away, sometimes it'd take days, I'd get out of bed and start doing my thing.
I knew a girl who had a thing with like days of the week, color, bass, and music.
Yeah, synesthesia can manifest itself in a lot of different ways. More vibrant colors. Some people could equate it to hallucinations. Um,
Yeah.
but what it is it's your mind trying to signal to you that something's wrong. And it's trying to make you aware of something.
Actually,
It's a protective
I think,
mechanism.
with days of the week and calendars and months, drum for her, you think?
Hers may be more chemical than neurological. Mine's neurological.
Yeah. Yeah, she was valedictorian. We did well.
But then brain clots can also do that too.
Yeah, I don't know. Hope she's okay. I have that. I don't know. Well, like, usually.
And I'll bet it manifests itself the most when you get emotionally charged.
It does, yeah. Usually positively, but can be negative. Like, for example, I can smell bad people. I know that sounds stupid. Kind of like a dog that way.
Oh, so, oh, hey, he's bad. How do you know? His butt smells.
No, not like that. People who,
I couldn't resist.
yeah, certain people they don't smell right.
I absolutely agree.
I do a weird thing sometimes. If I'm, like, obviously, everyone sort of, like, extends out, like, some sort of thing subconsciously to figure out if people are okay. You talk to people or whatever, you sort of vet them and everything. But if I meet someone in real life, and, I've gone through that process, and now I'm trying to decide whether I actually really want to interact with them anymore, I smell them.
Okay, that's just
I
wrong.
don't necessarily do it consciously, but I've noticed it, and it's been pointed out to me at least once. Not like creepy, like
Oh no, it's
vibe
creepy.
smelling.
If they said it wasn't creepy, they lied.
No, I don't like touch people. Like I maybe just like tilt my head a little bit in her
Oh,
direction.
you mean so you go up and smell her butt when she's not looking?
No, not like
Oh, sure. So
that.
you say pervert.
But I think you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Like there's a part of like the aura that has certain
Yeah, for me, it's not
maybe
the
it's
smell.
synesthesia. Maybe it's some form of some form of synesthesia.
For me, a person's face will change.
Yeah, that's shapeshifting.
I will see their
I'm not
face
sure.
change to their true nature, and it. That's the best way that I can put it. That's not exactly what happens, but it's the easiest way to explain it to help people understand. What basically happens is I look at a person and I think to myself, who are you? Show me.
Okay.
And I kind of go into a bit of a daydream, I guess. And
Yeah, so you're doing something that's I don't like I know magic is kind of taboo, but you're doing
no, it's not magic. It's a form of astral projection,
called
but instead of it being an outward projection, it's an inward projection.
you're sort of asking to show you face or closer.
Right. Basically,
And
what I'm
then
doing,
it can show you something.
what I'm doing is I'm inviting that person into my box. Okay, that sounded kind of weird.
No, I don't.
But I'm inviting that person into my construct.
And they gotta play by your rules.
Well, they don't know that I'm inviting them because it happens so
Yeah.
fast.
It happens fast, and they're not conscious of it.
Right.
So then they just immediately most probably
And I
go
get
to that.
that way I can
Get an idea of who they are.
the honest answer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Uh,
Sort of like testing the spirits.
no, it's actually asking their spirit instead of their consciousness.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of like
That's actually a better way and more accurate way to put it. I'm connecting with their spirit to ask them who they are.
yeah.
And then I will physically see their face change.
Happen.
Even if just for a moment. But oftentimes,
So
once their face changes and I see it, that's the only face that I see when I see him again. From that point on. And I don't forget the face. I might forget
Yes,
who
that's
that
how you
person
do it.
is, but I don't forget that particular face.
So another thing that I get that I think is maybe in that category of synesthesia is certain music
Yeah.
colors for me.
Well, there's synesthesia. It can be visual, it can be audible, but for the audible part, there's a different name for it. I can't remember what it is.
No.
Yeah,
Well, I
synesthesia
don't
is
like
usually
see them ar- I don't
heightened
see them
colors,
around
heightened
myself
sound.
like in the room. Mine. Sometimes there's like geometric patterns that.
Well, yeah, but that comes from being a
sound.
pragmatic realist.
Does it?
That was a joke.
Awesome. Oh, okay. No, I'm. Those. I mean, I'm sure you're aware. Those sounds and frequencies are colored.
Sounds and
Not just
frequencies.
imagination.
No, they
I'm
are.
not trying to sound like.
Every color has a sound, every sound has a color.
Yeah.
That's actually a very true statement.
So I mean, on one hand, I'm sort of the idea that but I'm well aware that is a real that I may.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. Okay, I'm fucking weird. It's just nice to meet somebody that's as weird as I am.
So when you say, "Oh, I'm pragmatic realist," as far as describing, yeah, that's a good explanation.
Pretty much.
That's actually what's happening.
Yeah, but
So
that's
kind of
an oversimplification, though. That was being a pragmatic realist or a realistic pragmatic. That's just an oversimplification, but
yeah.
still funny.
Okay. So I kind of wonder, when you're talking about synesthesia, if there's not some real phenomenon. Maybe it's just like wiring. So I kind of wonder, the smelling, I don't, yeah, kind of wonder about
that could very well be synesthesia. Maybe you have a heightened awareness for certain smells or certain pheromones. That's entirely possible.
It is possible.
It's not irrational.
No, I mean, I have an idea about it. I'm not pretty sure. I think that certain beers, certain emotions.
Yeah, I think I may have just created an issue for myself.
What's up?
I said, I think I may have just created. Okay, I fixed it. I actually.
Yeah, you got yourself stuck?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like you were saying with the pheromones and the animals, I mean, I have thought about everything that's going well into it. But yeah, I think that's the smell. I think that's related to the smell thing with you. I don't see it as just, but I do think things with.
I'll get out of here eventually. Oh, got out. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yay me.
But I also recognize that I could have I don't know, I might have brain damage. You maybe realize that too. I probably have brain.
Either that or your brain is just wired differently than most.
Oh no, it's wired differently for sure. Before I had brain damage. But I'm pretty sure that I have brain damage as well.
I actually knew that I was going to have a rifle accident long before I had it. I even told my dad, I said, Dad, I need you to come with me. Something's going to happen. And he said, oh, you'll be fine. You've done it 1,000 times. And he says, I don't feel like going. Okay. But when something happens, I don't want you to blame yourself. It's not your fault. I left for the shoot range, and it happened.
Yeah, you kind of knew.
I'd had a dream about it. One that I had shared with him. And he felt so bad. And then, right before I passed out, as they were putting me in the ambulance, I said, Dad, it's not your fault. I made the choice.
So, what? That's what I'm talking about after the story. Oh, brain damage, yeah. I was told that, I was told that I have brain damage by a healer.
Could happen when you're a child. You just learn to compensate, and it was never an issue for you.
That's. I think that might be happen. Sure, could have done a number of things. I may have intentionally gave myself.
Were you a glue sniffer?
Nope, I was suicidal and I hated light. This whole place is fucked up. Everything's dark. It was dark. It was worse too. Like it's better now, actually. Way out of why it's better, but it is at least. But when I was really young, reality was very dark. This whole place where all of us are, and then even more so by a lot. It was not good, and I didn't like it. I want to be clear for most of it, actually. So when I was younger, I used to bang my head on the wall. That's how I did. And I mean, I was a real headbanger.
Yeah, I was
Like
too,
this.
but I did it to break bricks.
Yeah, I did that in martial arts.
And so did I.
But eventually I stopped. I stopped doing that eventually. I don't know if that caused brain damage. I didn't really think much of it at the time. But I did consider after the video healer. But I kind of think it was later on. I think it was actually alcohol. College, where I did the most of my work. That's where I noticed it. I was really smart with that. Like, probably had, you were talking about, like, you had, like, over a 200 point IQ. Pretty sure that I had the potential to have all over IQ.
Well, there's
My IQ is definitely not that high now.
also
I'm definitely
something
not gonna
else.
ever be Da Vinci. Or
Okay,
what's
that's telling me that you're somewhere around the age about 28, 29.
that? I'm in my 30s.
Okay.
I'll be 40.
Okay. Yeah, because when you reach the age 26 to 28, as a male, your brain actually stops growing, and
Yeah, it does.
you stop having the same capacity of learning, and you start going the other way.
Yeah, not many people know that. When you reach a peak,
Yeah, you start to atrophy,
25.
and
No, I noticed when I stopped drinking for the most part when I was about. But I noticed, damn, about a year time. I don't get drunk like other people do, so I wasn't able to, like everyone else, get all drunk at the same sort of period.
it takes
And
me
I'm
so much alcohol. It always has. I
Yeah.
mean, when I'm talking so much, I'm talking 2.5 gallons.
yeah, it takes me a lot.
But when I
am
finally get to
partially
that
Native
point-
American.
Oh, so you have
I
a
am
predisposition to alcohol.
I have a what?
A predisposition to alcohol.
No, I'm also partially Irish too.
That even makes it
I
worse.
may- well, I have Scotch Irish in my family as well, so yeah, I don't,
So that means you need
I
to.
don't,
That means you need to stay away from Scotch Irish whiskey, made in Canada.
oh, yeah, no, I cannot, no, I don't, no way. I don't do that. No Canadian whiskey, it's bad stuff. That shit's terrible. Who drinks that?
My wife likes it.
Yeah, no, I can't
Oh,
do that.
dude.
That's not good.
Okay, here's something you do not want to do. Do not drink Australian Aborigine wine. Do not do it. Don't.
What's that?
Not now, not ever.
What's with it?
There is some type of supposed Aboriginal curse.
Oh, another thing?
It's not an American. I think it's for the European side of things.
Okay.
But my wife bought 2 bottles of this Australian wine. Delicious wine. Some of the best
Oh,
wine
yeah.
I'd ever had.
I like Australian wine.
And they were just two regular sized bottles.
Yeah.
In 10 years, my wife and I have never had a knockdown, drag out fight.
Oh,
We both drank half of our bottle and half of each other's bottle. which is nothing. For us to drink a bottle of wine a night is no big deal, right?
Yeah.
Well, she called cops on me. I put my fist through a wall. We've never done that before. Not with each other.
And that was Aboriginal wine?
Yeah.
Aborigine wine? Oh. Yeah, that whole part of my genome, I guess you could call it or whatever, it's pretty small, including the native part.
Does your girlfriend know?
Consider,
If she doesn't, don't tell her.
I don't have a girlfriend.
Okay, your boyfriend then?
Nope.
Sorry. Yeah, you don't
No, I'm
want
single.
you don't want to be talking about your small thing.
Yeah.
That gives them the wrong
No,
idea.
No, what, is that a thing that happens to people?
It happened to me and her.
What, with the Aborigine wine?
Yeah, it really did happen.
Wow. What, affected your size?
Oh no, I was talking about the fighting. I'm hung like a guppy anyway.
No, what were you saying, small thing? Is that like a Native American thing, or?
No, you made a comment about it's no small thing, and I said,
Oh, okay.
okay, now you get it.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm a mutt, man. I'm an American mutt. I have ancestry from all over the world except for Asia, as far as I know.
Oh, I'm sure some of that's in there somewhere.
Possible. But,
If you're a
in
mutt,
any
you
case,
probably got Mongolian in you. Hey, do you have any Irish in you? Well, no, I don't think so. Well, lay down, I'll give you some.
yeah, I don't do the genetic gathering. I don't want to give my genes away.
Yeah, I don't want to give mine
Trying to
away
judge.
either. They just started to fit right.
I'm not trusting. I'm not judging anybody who's doing the 23andMe thing. But I am aware, like you were saying, like your family's nobility and stuff. I am aware that my family, parts of my family, come from noble stock, and I'm not really interested in giving people code targeting certain.
Well, the funny thing about it is I
I
want
probably already have it, but yeah, I'm not going to give it.
I want nothing to do with that side of my family. I'm proud of my heritage, but I really want nothing to do with that part because that part of my family is responsible for being a part of some of the worst atrocities the world has ever seen.
Yeah.
And I'm ashamed of that. And I'm ashamed to be tied into that.
Well, no, if you ashamed, maybe do.
Okay,
Yeah,
now on my
forgiveness for that.
on
Probably
my
a positive aspect.
on my mom's side, the Polynesian side, we were slaves.
Yeah.
Not only to the Spanish, but to the Egyptians and the Middle Easterns. And it just so happens, on my dad's side, I'm Spanish and Middle Eastern. So what's that tell you?
Yeah. Well, tells you quite a bit. Pretty typical with.
Okay, slaves are typically, bred by their captors or by their owners.
Happens. Yeah. I'm sure I have that in my line.
So basically, my mom's side of the family, or my father's side of the family, slaves at one point in our genetic past.
Yeah, everyone's related. Like we're all related in some way. This isn't my idea. Just something I was learning about recently. They have a name for it's like mitochondrial RNA. That's everyone's X and Y chromosomes.
Uh-huh.
Call it the atom, like the atom RNA and the Eve RNA. All humans have it. At least like almost everyone. Some people like theorize people don't because of alien hybrid, whatever you call it. Topic, word. But that's what that's how they're describing it, right? But normal humans, like mostly everyone, has this atomic and Eve RNA, mitochondrial RNA.
Okay.
That goes back to what geneticists think was essentially the first human, male and female. So we're all related in that sense, at least according to what geneticists, chromosomally, mitochondria. So to go a little further, what I thought was kind of interesting, this vaccine that they're giving out is a experimental RNA that interface that mitochondria get your body to start reprogramming. Maybe, I don't really know. I do know that it's an RNA vaccine. At least that's what that's what they're saying. I don't know if it interfaces with that mitochondrial RNA though. I kind of wonder about that.
Well, this poses a problem.
Yeah, a little bit of one. You can't see. You ran out of electricity.
And I have no jetpack. Oops. Well, shit. And look at this. Look how much cobalt and gold I have.
Yeah, I think you got a backspace.
Yeah.
Seems like it.
And I'm like 6 kilometers from my base. Oh, fuck. No.
So I don't know what to think about that. I'm not trying to make like a conspiracy about it, but I think it's maybe not for someone who's not.
Well, I do have my little construction ship that I can use to get over here quickly.
Oh, it's nice. But yeah, I thought that was. Oh wow. Well, I don't really know the fact of that one.
Damn it.
Can you crawl?
No, there's nothing I can do. I'm trapped underground.
Oh. You know what's kind of a fun thing that I enjoy in Space Engineers that I've been thinking about for a while?
What's
I
that?
enjoy building out mines with like ladders, stairs, and things, and building out the tunnel, kind of like if you were doing that sort of thing. Maybe you.
Well, I have been having fun. I have to admit, with all of this,
I haven't done mining in real life. I have been involved with mining though. A bit. Of like robotic. But yeah, I think mines are pretty cool. I like historical mines. I like all of mines, modern mines. I like mining in general. It's the way it looks. I'm not saying I like underground stuff a lot. That's another thing that's weird, actually. Speaking of the underground stuff, I sort of have been dancing around the topic. My mind's come back to it. So that's another reason why I try to lay. You know how like shaman enter the underworld?
In a matter of speaking.
Say it again.
In a matter of speaking.
Yeah, you like crawl in a hole in the ground or like go in the ground cavern or whatever you call it. Shamanism, call
Why won't it allow
it
me?
astral. Some shaman, I guess. Shaman. But in any case, I don't necessarily not.
Why isn't it?
In any case,
There we go.
that's part of why I saw. Because I would water.
When you don't understand, when you don't understand what's happening or why, it's easy to be afraid. And sometimes you can be afraid without realizing that you're afraid.
Yeah.
And
I think that there is an aspect of that. Obviously, if you're to shamanism, if you are a shaman, that's if you're power sort of offer that you have to go. Not always, but typically you're going psyche, larger, going macro, helping something, whatever. That's a place. But I don't think that. It
the biggest thing is you have to allow your fear to be a part of who you are. You can't deny the fear. You have to accept it and use it to make you stronger and better than you were before you started.
yeah.
It's easier said than done, but if you relax and allow it to happen and be true to who you are,
Yeah.
everything will be as it should be. If you fight it,
Maybe.
no, not maybe, it always works out.
Yeah.
But if you fight it, you are
In a future.
guaranteed to fail.
Yeah.
You cannot deny any part of who you are.
Causes problem.
It stops you from being true to yourself.
So maybe this is again, maybe this is genetic, maybe it's what my mind was doing. Maybe it was a way for my ears not to my window or whatever to jar me a little bit. But I woke up one night. I sort of know. I don't know. But you know the boat maker, right?
Yeah,
Guy coins. So I woke up and I remembered that I boat. There was coins in my. Found that a little bit.
did my body despawn already?
Body okay. Spawn twice.
No, but my body despawned already.
You know, space engineers is weird that way, and they like instantly launch your body. I think it's all the time. So yeah, I don't think that on the boat, but I kind of wonder what that whole thing.
Okay, I am definitely not okay with that.
Not okay with what?
My body despawning like that.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens in space. I'm not sure if it's happened, but I'm aware of. It's supposed to be on a timer. 5 minutes. Some kind of timer. I think there's another timer. Not letting it crash. There might be like internal crash. Maybe even the .NET garbage collection. That runs. It gets sides. So I'm not sure internal base engineers thing. What exactly?
I use the stop command.
Yeah.
What that does is stops the server. That way it allows me to go back in and restore a save, the previous save.
Back for your body appeared when you were alive.
Yeah, when I was still alive. Because I'm not okay with that. That should not have happened.
No. So I kind of wonder, on Hack, for example, I wonder if that's sort of, that's true that opposed to my be a common. I'm not asking. Tell me.
I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm kind
No,
of...
no, no. I know you're trying to get yourself back to me.
Okay, 320.
But yeah, I just thought that was kind of funny. And maybe that was already long after all the other stuff we talked about. It's not like I decided not certain experience. That happens. That happened. That happened. But I think it sort of happened. I think some stuff happened. I get the feeling that some stuff.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
It's... You never know, because trauma, especially early childhood trauma, can affect a person in very profound and unexpected ways.
Oh yeah.
So you never... I mean, it could be something as simple as getting yelled and screamed at for getting too close to a hot pot of water on the stove.
It could be, yeah.
It could also be something as nearly getting run over chasing your ball that went into the road. You know, or accidentally hurting an animal.
Yeah, or something dying that you cared about.
Yeah, or something even more benign. So all you can do is recognize different possibilities and keep at it until you find out what works and what helps.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I shouldn't be.
And
I think it's sort of interesting. I don't really know what to do about it.
well, that's why you're talking about it, is because
Yeah.
you're trying to figure out what to do about it, or a way. And oftentimes you don't run into people that can communicate with you, if not completely, at least in part, on a level that you can understand
Yeah.
or relate to. may be a better way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really bother me that much. I've had some weird experiences. Not, again, this is actually before any of this stuff. When I was younger, people would tell me that I'd go to visit them if they agreed, and I'd help them, like how whatever I was or whatever, and I just about that stuff. I didn't know if it's real. For all I know, they imagined. So, I don't try to do that. Maybe I did in the past, and maybe that was a real thing they experienced. But I never had a.
Like with any other tool, tools are neither good nor bad, righteous or evil. It all depends on the person using the tool as to what the intent is. So you can make good or make bad, make positive or make negative. That's entirely up to you as an individual, and it's your free choice to make.
Yeah.
Just make the right choices, or there are going to be some really nasty consequences.
Yeah, I think that's true. Maybe an understanding.
But past that, it's my firm belief that each person should strive to be the best themselves they can be, regardless of anything else and everyone else.
Yeah, I think that's true. That's what I try to do. I used to be more that way, but that's still how I be.
Well, you get to a point to where you go, oh, fuck it, let them deal with it. I don't sit here and play space engineers.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm talking about space engineers people.
yeah, and
Like
it's,
they have kind of gotten to that. I think it's partially that passion. I think in the Czech Republic, you can get a job at a software house. You know, there's certain companies where, like, you can almost get in a trap, even if you're not getting. Maybe there's not a lot of other offers. Maybe you think, like, just pretty much not ever working for myself. Definitely.
I prefer working for myself.
Bad.
Like, for example, the whole chicken farm thing. It all started because our neighbor gave us a bantam hen and a bantam rooster that were fighting with everybody else but each other. And those two birds had been in their family for probably 11 generations. And they said that they probably wouldn't lay eggs. Okay? And we called the hen Ash because she was an ash gray color. And then we called the rooster Roo because he was a rooster. Well, they ended up having 12 chicks. And then another 16. But I'd already ordered 16 birds from a company in Ohio, and the birds kept on dying, so they kept on sending me more birds, 16 at a time, until I got 16 that lived and didn't have any problems. So by the time it was all said and done, I'd ended up with 72 chickens. Okay? Then, unbeknownst to me, my wife had picked out some birds at the local feed store because they sell chickens at certain times of the year. And I'm not doing this again. And we ended up, all in all, with 108 birds. And we only had enough coop space for 6 birds. So I'm frantically building chicken coops and pens and all of this other stuff. And ultimately I had to fence in our yard and everything because we didn't have a fence or anything. And we're only on a quarter of an acre. Well, I ended up spending like $12,000 in total building all the chicken coops, the chicken wire, the fencing, and all of that. And then I had to have special tools to help me butcher the chickens and collect the eggs and manage sick birds and that kind of stuff. In the first year, we made over $21,000 off those chickens.
Off eggs.
Off of eggs and selling butchered chickens in the first year. The second year we made 14,000. The third year we made 12,000. The fifth year we may have made 1,200. And then between the sixth and the seventh year, we might make $100 a month because more important people started buying our birds and getting flocks of their own. And that's what we wanted. We wanted people to start getting back into self-reliance, raising their own food. And it took off like gangbusters. And then before you know it, everybody and their brothers at the farmer's market selling chicks and eggs and chickens, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So people started coming to us to manage their flocks, offering to pay us for information and knowledge. And it got to the point to where we really didn't have to work anymore. People would donate stuff to us and whatnot, and they'd call us up and we'd give them their information, and community-wise, everything was great. Then COVID-19 hit, and I lost my job, and we were no longer able to feed 210 chickens, 200 chickens, something like that. So there was a lady that had a 230-acre ranch that wanted chickens. We just gave them to her. She offered to buy them. And I said, nope, we'll give them to you. Just with one caveat, that whenever we ask for eggs, we get the freshest eggs that you can give us. Nothing over 2 days old. And she said agreed. And she's kept her agreement.
That's nice.
All my wife has to do is call, and we can get as many eggs as we want.
Nice.
So I'm cheesing it a
Yeah,
bit.
I think that's pretty rewarding.
But we got known as the
I'd
chicken people.
like to get into in the near future.
Yeah, we went all
I'm
out.
sort of planning it, but we'll see what happens. For a bit.
We have people from around the world that still call us on how to take care of chickens. Come on, wrong button combination.
Yeah, I kind of like animals. Egg. For better word.
I like
And
animals. I hate chickens.
Yeah.
Always have.
But I would like to get there.
Yes, I'm cheesing it. Damn it!
No, was
I am not going to lose my backpack. I
buy some. Yeah.
I tried to do it the right way, and the game cheated.
Well, you don't want to shutting down. In any case, I'm not. I don't want people to play doing theirs. Sometimes I'm trying. Wants a little help there, something. Stuff. Getting on their vehicle to repair stuff, and I forget that I have creative tick. Do I stop welding? No, I just continue welding and and I untick the creative. maybe I put their components back, maybe I use something else. I'm not trying to cheat more than obviously, but I mean, I'm not gonna stop what I'm doing back. So sometimes stuff happens. You do what you want. I figure if I'm not doing it on purpose, I'm not trying to make them better. Then as long as I took it off after, it's
Yeah.
my server anyways. So
Yeah, I'm starting to rubber
are they
band.
counting? Are they counting steel plates? If they are, they're hot. Creative enough to fix.
No, when I have problems like that, I'll do things right way the first time. If the game cheats, I'll do just what I have to make it to where the game can't cheat me anymore.
How did the game cheat you?
By giving me less than 2 minutes to get my um, backpack.
Oh, your body. Yeah. Immediately. Okay. So, yeah, sometimes there's no, it's not like there's a way to grind this stuff. I actually building create it. Gift. Oh, I do a component. So I gotta go and put an object down.
I mean,
Not that.
why would
don't
I
really care much.
take the time and build this ship by hand only to go into creative to get ore?
Oh, I'm not talking about you. Yeah, I'm not talking. Sometimes you gotta use those tools. That's why as long as you have the tools, possible. Not.
And
Well, it's unfortunate that we give those players
if people ask for help,
responsibility.
I go help them.
Oh yeah. No, but I guess what I'm getting at is those tools are you have
Yeah, they are oftentimes abused.
questionable. Yeah, I mean that's why we player.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to say I'm so much better than players. No. We did give them. They were available to. They cost.
right. And if they want to use creative tools, go play on their own server.
Exactly. So yeah, I try not to ruin the game for myself. Rules. It is unfortunate. Give up their ship. Ship is there is a torch plugin for that. Ship. You can sort of yourself. Tools that ID. Give up.
Yep.
Beyond that, how many?
So now that I have this large grid miner and I have cobalt and gold, a lot of it, because I did run out of cobalt.
Yeah.
Now what do I do?
Well, you got the main thing you need.
Yep,
Main
cobalt.
thing I need is cobalt. Find everything. Cobalt. Throughout. Clothes. I think, I don't know, maybe everyone has their own like cobalt's fine. I usually always find uranium straight away. Rare.
Well, I won't find uranium on the Earth-like planet.
No, you won't. But yeah, I don't know if it's like it's probably not the sixth sense. It's just random. I think I just get lucky and I spawn close enough to uranium or no.
Well, see, that's one of the reasons why I try to build hydrogen and collect ice, because one of the first things that I normally do is I'll go into space. But I was trying not to do that this go around. I was trying to do something different.
Yeah. What I usually have trouble finding base actually. So I'm quiet. Well, I'll end up flying around for agent. Yes, all the gas. Yeah, I find platinum, gold, silver. Finally, I find gold.
Well, see, with no jetpack, basically you're kind of limited in the stations that you can dock to. Because if you try to dock with anything but a front connector or a bottom connector, you're going to need a jetpack.
So in space, your jetpack works.
I'm not sure.
How are you turning off your jetpack?
By not enabling the jetpack on the server.
So on the server, you on the false on
Yeah, I unchecked enable jetpack.
yeah, you may not have it.
So the only thing that you can do is land on a landing pad or have a front connector and a way to get out of your cockpit.
You can mag lock cockpit. Crash.
Yeah, but not every station has a mag lock.
No, I mean on your boot. Mag.
Right, but you don't
Lock
always you don't always lock your mag boots when you're in space.
You don't. You gotta have it touching.
Yeah, and even though it may look like you are, sometimes you're not.
No. You might find that you're able to get out of the cockpit, walk around it.
But because I've got cobalt and I've got stone and I've got a little bit of gold, I'm going to take a chance.
So, try to go to space. The nice thing about finding cobalt, metal grids. You need silver though. Silver already?
No, that's one of the reasons why I'm going into space. It's for me, it's easier to do things in space.
It is. Yeah, if you get silver, you can well,
And because you're in space, you have less weight constraints.
it's less hydrogen on ice on asteroids.
Yeah, which I
It's
always,
overrated, space engineers.
yeah, I always seem to find more ice than I do anything else, except for stone. I don't even have a hydrogen engine for power on this thing. That's all just straight battery power. Oops.
You have 48% hydrogen.
Yeah, I started off with 51.
Oh. Base.
That's why I'm using small hydrogen thrusters. Small, large grid.
Yeah.
Besides that, I wanted to see if the ship would make it to space living dangerously.
Pretty efficient.
So far, it would seem.
We got a ways to go to get out of craft.
A little ways. Not too bad. About halfway there.
Little weather, like cloud,
It,
bubble, or
yeah, a little foggy.
oh, up here.
Well, no, in the bow dome.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Sort of. Yeah, I like how they're cool. You know something kind of funny
What's that?
or realistic? You know the planet probably
Say that one more time.
planet's flat. I said you probably know. Sorry, I was mumbling. You probably know You probably know because you're familiar with. But the planet's flat.
Which planet?
And it doesn't have to. All of them. So like visual tricks they do make it appear like
Uh,
when you're on. No, no, it is. Keen Software said that themselves.
yeah, it might
It's
be
actually
flat,
not,
and they just.
no, it's completely flat. Actually, if you stand at the North Pole, or you stand, somewhere else, say, teleport from pole to pole, when you teleport to the other pole, you'll always serve because the planet's not a sphere. It's actually a flat plane that's wrapped up visually. A certain point, switch from like the walking around in that mode where you're sort of getting curvature to being in it, but it's actually flat.
As long as I perceive it in the proper perspective, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, they did a pretty decent job. I mean, you wouldn't know it was flat.
It would appear it's going to take me less than 20% or 20 hydrogen.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And I have cobalt, stone, and gold on me, and a bunch of components. That's at 4.5 million kilograms. So that's actually not too bad.
No, you're being efficient.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Yep.
Maybe it's 35 meters, 3,500, or 35,000 meters, sorry. Maybe a little further, not sure.
I know people don't want to talk about it. I'm not one of the flat Earth Bible, but I don't believe that the Earth is oblate spheroid.
The Earth isn't a complete sphere.
Well, I said an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, that I agree with.
I think that majority of the evidence points that that's quite possibly the case, but I see too much evidence on either possible. I'd love to be able to go, but I'm not. Yeah, I'll pass. If I was gonna be an astronaut and I was gonna go out in space, I don't know, whatever. The planet fucked, and we're all just doing like sim Earth evacuation. Place of Earth.
No, I'll die on Earth, thanks.
You ever play Sim Earth
No.
on Nintendo? Oh, okay. Well, in Sim Earth, eventually civilization reached a point where the planet they're on is just fucked, basically. You gotta evac to the end point of the game. You gotta advance yourself from like a essentially just organism to a sentient humanoid species by the end of the game that has space capabilities and be able to evacuate the planet's top. So that's the end game condition. Win. We'll all take off and go on. Sorry, hopefully that's.
No, it only took me 15 hydrogen to get to space.
Yeah, not bad. So, yeah, little spoiler alert. Sorry I do that, but yeah, that's Samara in a nutshell. You go from like an organism to space. The game and win. If we ever go someplace and I have an option to go somewhere, I'm not going to Mars. Just stay here. If it's not if it's really bad here, that's fine. I think leaving a planet is serious business. It's even possible.
I think it's seriously stupid.
Yeah, I think it's not smart. But if I was gonna go to another planet, I would want to go to like a jungle planet, dangerous that no one can. I'll go with the crazy people to the jungle planet where everything kills you.
Yes, dear.
Not good.
Oh, you're coming
to
to
go like some desert planet.
Okay, what is this? Ice,
Big
silver.
rock.
Ice or silver?
Do you know how we were talking about like people have this desire to go explore places
Uh-huh.
and stuff? I mean obviously the Earth has jungles that are pretty awesome. Almost everything kills you too. But I think if you're gonna go on a long journey in space, why would you want to go to someplace that's not fun? Right?
Good question.
I mean, obviously you can die if you go to some single planet that has there's really God knows. It's like, but I'd rather go to a place that's flourishing life and take my those. I think there's a lot of opportunity on the planet. Maybe it doesn't want us there, though. That's the only caveat. Going to a planet like that, maybe you belong there.
There may be something to that. It may not be pretty, but it works. The ship, I mean.
Yeah, you found ice right away.
I usually do.
You also found iron, which means you can potentially base the uranium by the dump. On what you
Yeah, iron to me isn't that big of a deal because of the stone.
Not a big. Yeah.
The iron, silicone, and nickel, it's not really a big deal because stone is plentiful.
Yeah, but if you're wanting to build a decent sized structure, iron helps. It makes it easier.
Well, yeah, because of the
Yeah,
ratio
fine.
that you get from the iron.
Yeah. Needle has 2 plates. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe humans will terraform Mars. Maybe they'll be successful. It just doesn't seem like hugely. I'm not gonna say realistic, but it feels like there's a better option. I wonder about things like these. They say it's very hot and unhospitable. And you get the sulfur storms and everything.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have an issue with storage for a while.
I don't think that I'd want to go to Venus either, in case, but I think it's more interesting of a proposition to go explore than Mars. But historically, we might find something interesting on Mars. That's relevant to Earth. I'd say it's possible, maybe even recent. Some people think that.
Well, there's a lot of changes happening cosmologically.
Yeah.
There has been for quite some time.
So, trying to say space travel.
Well, they're saying that there are some things that are going on in our solar system right now that are part of what disrupted the Shivi or the Shoemaker-Levy 9 asteroids.
Okay.
They didn't just hit Saturn. They hit two other planets as well, or parts of it.
Oh yeah.
And they're seeing waves the waves of Saturn that knocked a bunch of ice free from the rings of Saturn.
Oh yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was just watching it. I think it was last night. I was watching a Discovery documentary about it. I watch a lot of space documentaries like that. I've always been enthralled with space and technology and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Have you heard about the secret space program with Hitler proposing to Mars? And not Hitler himself. Supposedly the Nazis sent a spacecraft to Mars, but no one knows if they actually survived or made it.
Yeah, that's what the Bell was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that.
I don't know what happened to them per se, but I do remember the story about the Bell.
Yeah, some people think that they went to Mars. Yeah, maybe they were successful. Who knows? But I mean, that's a remote possibility. There's people that. Outside of more like World War II type of history, there's also like civilization like Mars part of the war and kind of points of Mars sort.
The problem is that people really don't pay attention to history like they should because they keep on making the same mistakes over and over and over again and expect it to turn out differently.
Yeah, some people think that Mars looks like Earth, had a catastrophic war and made Mars uninhabitable.
Yeah, that's one of the more extreme versions.
They found evidence of that.
They've found evidence of a lot of different things.
Yeah, I mean, it's honest. But yeah, they found evidence of what they claim is weird catastrophe. Of course, that. And also there's the asteroid. I think that was another war.
You know, oftentimes I wonder if this whole thing about gods and angels wasn't just another society's version of things that they were trying to understand and explain.
Yeah, I think that could be that. It could be both there. And the way I view space is funny. But I do kind of look at space sort of the way it, like, for example, stars. To me, they're like, yeah, they are stars. Look at point instrumentation, gather data, scientific data, and all of that. But also, to me, they're like in there. They're people have a conscience. Now, I'm not saying necessarily that they're like Greek or Roman gods. I don't think they should worship, but I think they're in heaven. Realm. No, they're in lower heaven.
Heaven is
I
just
think
another metaphor for space.
Oh, the lower heaven. The sky is too. Clouds are. That's a lower.
Yep.
There's different. Yep. There's different levels of heaven. So part of the reason why I view it that way is there's called some. I sure we view them in that respect. Is because to me, where all of the stuff is, like where we live, where all the matter, Earth, call it, another planet. To me, that's the like lower density reality. Once you leave Earth here, go out in space. To me, that's like part of kind of like the ash. No physical matter there. You get to another planet. Now, I'm not saying the astral is only outer Earth, but it's definitely much more of. There's not any matter. That aspect of reality. As far as our perspective, those are hanging.
Yes, I'm looking at what 3, 6, 7 and a half,
Massive amounts of stuff.
8 million stone.
I'll tell you why I view things too. It's not just my thought. If you go to the upper, like astral planes, it's not like the very like the most kind of like the middle upper, like lower upper. It looks not like not necessarily star where there is that aspect of like Earth, but outside of that it's also stars. So I'm kind of question some things. I'm like, obviously, in my mind, I'm not really sure exactly what space is, who lives there, what exactly it is. Obviously, NASA won't. Science will have lots of different ideas. I think the electric universe.
I can tell you what space is.
Yeah.
Most definitively, I can tell you what space is.
Yeah. What do you,
Very deadly to humans.
yeah. But why?
space is very much akin to getting into a sub and going to the bottom of the deepest part of the ocean.
Yeah, I think it's about like. So yeah, I find space free, but I'm not really settled on the popular theories. Like I don't know if you're aware of the electric universe theory.
Not really.
So in the electric universe theory, most of what governs things of why things happen is the sun based like a clear reaction. In the electric universe theory, the sun is more of a role.
Huh.
Rather than like a reaction off.
That's an interesting aspect.
Things like dark matter are actually in the electric universe through plasma dynamics.
That I agree. I have a slightly different take on dark matter, though, but it follows the same line of theory.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff in modern science is ignored. We actually can see that occasionally. Want that plasma.
Silver and platinum, both in the same asteroid.
All of that dark matter. Maybe we'll find out that there isn't enough ion plasma out there to explore all of it, but it definitely explores the vast majority of everything is actually out there. Just protect it out for it, because they don't want to face. So they're chasing dark.
I have an interesting theory.
You have anything you want?
I have an interesting theory on dark matter and dark energy.
Oh yeah?
Yep. To me, dark energy is the remnants of the energy that's left after the living perish, no matter whether it's an animal or a human. Because remember, you don't lose anything. It just changes form. Some forms we can see, some we can't, some we understand, some we don't.
Yeah.
Okay? So to me, dark matter is potentially the energy that's left over when a living creature dies. Dark matter is the opposite of all matter, sort of like antimatter, but it's what gives the dark energy an existence of their own. It's like a separate plane of existence.
Yeah.
Like another universe or dimension, if you will. We can't directly interact with it, but we can see and feel and experience the effects of it.
Not to sound like a materialist, but I would like to see. I do think science is capable. I think that. You see a paradigm.
They've actually found the web of dark matter and dark energy.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, it was all over the news for a number of years. It was on Newsweek, Popular Science.
On paper, or they've actually found it?
They've...
Because as far as I understand, they haven't found matter.
They haven't found it specifically. What they found are the effects of it.
Yeah. Well, plasma we know exists. Send out probes to gather about it, and if they check their equation, find the entire universe plasma. Gone. We know small things like, for example, Earth is through a plasma sun.
Yeah, so do most women. Most women are very familiar with small things.
I said a plasma sheet.
Oh. My bad. I digress.
Yeah, we know. No, we know that the sun is the Earth. Plasma affects our weather and our field, constant flow of ions.
Yeah. Ions.
I think I did say something real. I think that's sort of small, like comparison, like solar. That's,
Yeah, I was just making a wisecrack anyway.
oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot what. I forgot what I. Yeah. But yeah, there's quite a lot going on with plasma. I don't know if you're allowed to talk about it, but I know the Navy attempted.
I try not to talk about anything that's current technology
Yeah.
other than what I can do myself.
Yeah. That's smart. But it actually exists.
Because I can say, well, I have a theory. Don't know if
Yeah.
I'm right or not, but I have a theory. That way I don't
yeah,
get
I
into
think
trouble.
that's interesting. Some people who are into the flat Earth stuff talk about how they not so calculating routes on the ocean and stuff.
Okay, so I got platinum.
Which is kind of interesting. I'm sure there's a reason for that.
There always is.
Yeah, I'm sure some accuracy increased, whatever Navy's using to circumnavigate the planet. Whether that system matches up with the shape of the planet or not, kind of irrelevant. Right?
Well, that's both yes and no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's certain things that have more explanatory power than something that maybe is more correct as far as we understand it, but it doesn't explain it properly.
That I agree with. But then as humans,
So,
our knowledge is limited anyway.
yeah, that's true. So, like, for example, if I stand on the surface of the planet appears to be completely flat. But that's highly unlikely to say that. Given, unless you're getting into some super crazy levels of thinking, I'm not saying they're wrong, that's demonstrably false. You can find evidence to sort of lend credence to being flat, but if you have any critical thinking skills, you're eventually going to arrive at some conclusion just by observing the movement of the sun that the Earth can't be completely flat.
Neither can
You
the
can't
sun.
wrap. No, you can't. Let's say if the Earth is flat, and let's say you wrap it around like where you have the continents wrapped around like flat Earth, saying, oh no, it's this way. You fly this way. Why air traffic goes a certain way, and blah blah blah. This with everything. Well, it doesn't explain how the sun moves. Why is the sun up over Antarctica so long? Obviously, you would only have that happen if there was a different shape. If the sun is moving around in a circle on a flat plane, then how come I can go look at cameras in Antarctica and see the same effects of the sun in the summer in Antarctica that I can see in the summer the northern hemisphere up in like Alaska? So clearly the Earth isn't flat unless there's multiple suns.
There used to be.
Yeah, there's that theory too. I mean, and I'm not saying there isn't multiple suns. To be clear, I'm just kind of trying to treat content flyer theory.
They have mathematically proven that having one sun is abnormal in the universe. Most solar systems are binary or trinary systems.
Yeah, we may have another sun.
Or did at one
We
time.
may have more than one other sun actually.
And our solar system may be a lot bigger than we thought.
But that's maybe a conversation for another day.
Coward. Just kidding.
Do you want to get into that conversation?
Not really. I just funning with you.
Okay.
With you.
Okay. I mean, I am sort of interested in talking about it with you, but that's some pretty deep stuff there. We're going to delve into that stuff. Sounds.
Yeah, I don't want to be up all night. So
I was thinking about playing something. I don't know. I plan to play Space Engineers around this time.
have you played Valheim yet?
No, I was watching Karma Cut play. I like Karma Cut. Ever watch him?
Nope.
He plays a lot of Squad. He plays some other like first-person shooter type game usually.
Please tell me you're not a PewDiePie fan.
I'm not a not.
Okay.
He'll message me about how I need to contact.
Yeah, I'm not really a PewDiePie fan.
I don't really follow him too much. I don't have anything against him. I respect what he's doing to some degree, at least. I mean, mostly 13-year-olds watch him. I'm pretty sure he's well aware that that's his audience, too. He jokes about it all the time. I think that he maybe should be a little more responsible, but I also know that he's Scandinavian, and the culture there is a lot more mature, especially with younger. We are in America. The rest.
Yeah, a little too free with the younger crowd.
Oh yeah, there's that too. But if you don't get into the weirdo Dutch pedos, then it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's disconcerting. To be honest.
Well, I'm not Swedish. I don't know. But I do respect other cultures, and I do know that they have a long history of staying out of that stuff, and I think that it's wise to let kids do what they do. Respect that, infants start to develop, sexual preferences early, like little things. Everyone does.
Absolutely.
Our natural biological drive to procreate is a completely separate thing from what we like sexually. The issue that I have, personally, is when people think that it's okay to mess with that stuff. Adults, teachers, I don't care if it's sex ed at school, with 7th graders and middle school kids. I'm not saying you shouldn't teach kids, some basic things about how the body works. Biologically, they have a right to know. Fine. that's. But as far as putting things into kids' heads that don't belong there, uh, or trying to do crazy shit, like I've heard like trying to masturbate kids about sex, even this potentially being okay, like out in a place in California, that's not okay. I mean, that's sexual assault, it's child molestation.
I grew up with a bisexual
Minors.
mother who had a girlfriend from the time I was 5 years old until the time I left the house at 8 by choice.
Yeah.
And she was bisexual the rest of my life. She died as one. She had both a husband and a wife.
She's polyamorous.
Yep, bisexual.
Well, they're two different things.
No,
You don't think polyamorousness, bisexuality are things?
I don't. The,
No.
I mean, vocabulary, man.
Because of your experience.
Right. If she's okay with having a relationship with a woman and a man, she's bisexual. That what makes her being married to both a man and a woman wrong in that respect. Does it go against the Bible? Yes. Does it go against what I believe in? Yes. But it doesn't obviously go against what she believed in. So,
Debatable. I don't know. I try not to judge people who are polyamorous. I'm monogamous. I don't. Not. Not that.
I chose to be monogamous and I chose to be heterosexual. I chose.
Yeah.
I did my exploration when I was 12 and 13 years old with girls and boys, and I decided that I like girls. And my dad, he didn't condemn me. He allowed me the space I needed to choose. He helped me decide one way or the other, and he actually made it easy for me. He helped me along the way. He helped me through the issues. And he didn't even ask me, what have you chosen? I'd go to him with a question. He'd answer the question. That's all he would do.
Yeah. I think Americans are pretty uptight about that stuff, for the most part. The way that people behaved historically and what was considered gay or non-heterosexual versus what now is, even if you go back to like the 50s, you look at the type of relationships that people had. You know, now some people, if you smile at another guy or want to hold something, somehow you're gay. Personally, I don't see things that way. Maybe it's cultural. I don't really want to hold hands with other guys. But if because someone's doing that,
Hey, I can appreciate a good-looking guy as much as I can a good-looking woman.
Yeah.
But that,
it's not necessarily sexual for you.
right.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Males do not sexually excite me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one thing to be able to recognize if somebody is attractive, sexually attractive. Some people can't make that differentiation.
And those are the people with the most identity crisis.
Yeah. But, back to my point, I think that there's, especially with the attack on masculine, I think there's a lot of damage, especially people who probably are heterosexual and should be, but for some reason they, of course.
Here's one for you. I had a young man, he was 15 years old. His mother came to me. She's lived an alternate lifestyle, and she asked me if I could teach her son how to be a young man. So he would have the ability to make the choice about his own sexuality because he has questions that I'm not quite sure I can answer.
That he could answer you. He has questions that he.
And she thought that I may have answers to his questions because I'm somebody that is a product of the life but made my own choice, and she wanted that for her son.
Yeah.
So I said sure. The young man is now 23 years old, 22 years old. He's an underwater diver, runs his own business, and is engaged to be married.
Nice. Personally, I don't think that that's something that other people can really help you with beyond your parents.
The father wasn't in the picture.
Yeah.
He never was. She was ex-military.
It happens. In either way, I think.
And she asked me to be a surrogate father for her son.
Yeah, and maybe that helped. I'm wrong. But I kind of think that it's something people have to figure out on their own. And that's kind of why, I mean, maybe when you're an adult, it's different. But I think for kids, you kind of just have to leave them alone and let them figure out. If they have questions, you ask, you act like your dad did. You're supportive and you try to help them make the right decision without pressuring them because, has their own path. But I don't believe that it's like child psychological development, especially sexual development, because of the way sexual energy is and how powerful and dangerous it is, should be interfered with because you can damage somebody for the rest of their life.
The only thing that I did that young man is teach him how to ask questions properly.
Yeah.
After that, I did nothing else for him except give him the strength and courage to ask the questions.
To go ask a girl out on a date?
Well, not just that. It's just, in general, kids nowadays, they don't know how to ask the right questions. And they don't know how to accept the answers to their questions.
Yeah.
This young man, he learned. Took 2 summers. He learned. He comes over from time to time. He's a good young man.
Well, no offense to your mom or anything, but I don't believe that women are bisexual.
She was. You didn't catch her muff diving like I did.
Oh, I'm not saying that they can't do those acts. I don't think it's natural. That's what I mean. You don't see it in animals.
Actually, you do.
Animals go muff diving on each other?
In a matter of speaking, I've seen roosters boink each other. I've seen hens try to mount each other. I've seen.
Oh, they try to mount each other. It's a domination power.
I've seen male dogs boink each other. Actually, boink each other in the butt.
Yeah, male dogs will do that. Males do that. Males will fucking eat them. Not necessarily when they get older, but when they're younger, they'll hit inanimate objects sometimes.
Or a person's leg.
Coming out one way or another eventually.
Yeah, there is that.
But, yeah, I don't think, in my experience, women are even if they claim they're lesbians or whatever, they're bisexual, they're biologically made to have children. They want to be fucked. They like I don't mean to be so crude and vulgar. I'm not saying that they don't have like other higher emotional, other more valuable mental and spiritual things going on in terms of like their the higher aspects of themselves. But on a fundamental level, they want to have children, and they have like they're designed to hook into a penis, not another vagina.
I know. I have had this argument and the same view all my life.
And in my experience with women who were claimed to be lesbian or bisexual, 100% of them, not 99, none of them were lesbian, and they weren't really bisexual.
They just wanted attention and they wanted to feel loved.
Yep. So
Interesting.
maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't really make much sense to me. Now I can sort of understand, at least in the crude sense, guys fucking whatever, but there's not really any like reproductive aspect of that. It doesn't accomplish it.
It is kind of pointless.
So in the end, they kind of make their life difficult. Even if they like, if you go with the idea that they don't have a choice, and let's say that there's this gay gene or whatever, someone's biologically gay. Well, maybe they don't have a choice, but their life's going to be limited in a big number of ways because a lot of society is based around like reproduction.
That is absolutely correct. Okay, give me a second. Bio break. Be right back. Oh.
things. I don't think it really matters. Human beings are biologically made a certain way, and pretty straightforward. There's not really too much to really a good reason for how we hire that.
But since when are humans rational or even reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, people make choices. Why they do? I mean, I have ideas about it. I'm sure you do too.
Oh yeah.
Whether that's true for those people or not, I mean, it's hard to say. But what we do know is that women have a vagina and men have a penis. They're made to hook together, create life, have babies. Uh, Beyond that, philosophizing, right?
Pretty much. That is funny.
Yeah, I think some people get all upset. They want to tell people what they do with their vaginas. I don't think that's really anyone's business.
That much I agree.
Now, if you care about someone and they're your friend or your family, and you feel moved to try to point them in the right direction, I don't think there's anything wrong with that as long as you're not doing it in a harmful way.
Or first
But
cousins.
if they're children, though, I think have a much higher chance. Don't think adults should do child development. So in that sense, like, you agree with that part of like the Scandinavian. For example, like if you're in Scandinavia and you're 10 years old and you have sex, no one says anything about it. No one bothers you. Whereas obviously if you're 10 years old and you're having sex in the United States, even if it's with another 10-year-old, your parents find out, and all of a sudden, a lot of things, maybe more brother.
I was 6.
What's up?
I was 6.
I mean, I was 8 the first time I started before I wrapped up.
Now I was 8 the first time I had a girlfriend. But I was 6 the first time I did my dad's best friend's daughter. She was 11.
Oh. Oh, your dad's best friend was 11?
No, my dad's best friend's daughter was.
Oh, his daughter. Okay, I was going to say, wow. Strange.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think that's normal. Kids do that, and I don't think parents should do that. That's none of their business. Do it causes harm.
I don't think they should interfere, but I do think they should educate.
They should educate, yeah. Educating someone about what happens when birds and bees or whatever you want to call it. That's different though from telling a kid they're gonna go to hell or telling them what they did is bad when it's completely natural and that's what they're designed to do. It's bad. They shouldn't do it.
No, if my dad was to ever tell me that I was going to hell for having sex, I'd say, write the check now.
Well, I know some people do that.
Yeah, I know they do.
You get into like a very religious family. They catch their 11-year-old son at,
Out of wedlock and all that.
having sex out of wedlock, and then they both families flip out. They're religious. Tell their kids they're going to hell. It's potentially a blessing from God. Maybe they're not old enough to get married.
It used to be you could get married at any age, then they changed it to 12.
Yeah. The one thing I do have an issue with is like when you have people who where there's large maturity gaps for adults, uh, like if you're old with them. I know that that's legal in some ages, but it's very, very unfair, especially in modern society. Maturity in that sort of common natural sense is not fair.
Your age doesn't matter when it comes to love. The restrictions on love is placed by law, but there are good reasons for it.
There are, and I can sort of understand, like, okay, I have two different views on it, sort of, and they're not necessarily conflicting. In one aspect of things, I see what's natural. To me, naturally, you wouldn't ever want to try to have sex with somebody who isn't of age, right? Where they haven't gone through puberty.
Yeah, there's no point really.
You've already gone through puberty because one, like obviously, you're not gonna have kids. Two, you could cause harm to them. You could kill them even in terms of
Oh yeah.
things fitting together. You puncture organs and stuff. You don't talk. Dangerous. I guess if you have a small penis, it's less dangerous. But it's definitely it's for a lot of people like pretty dangerous. To try it. So if you actually genuinely care about them as human beings, you wouldn't do that to rupture an organ, kill them. Um, Videos, child, pretty terrible. I would say that's at the very least really, really negligent homicide. They didn't realize how it worked. So that's a pretty significant level of child abuse. When you really kill someone by having sex with them. So yeah, to me that's unnatural. That violates like the natural law of things. You shouldn't like that's actually real pet. As far as that category of things go, I don't want to say what the penalty should be, but I don't know what kind of stuff most people go. And then there's the other category where you get people who are of age, who are maybe like 60 or whatever, and then there's emotional, mental maturity gap. And I think to be civilized, especially in the way that we are now, and also in considering things like some people don't go through puberty until they're 18 or even 19, even men. Even men don't actually go through.
Or they can go through puberty more than once.
Well, it takes time. It takes time. But
Yep.
obviously, some people start at like 8, pretty well. That was typical a long time ago too. But in the modern world, we got a lot of weird shit going on with hormone foods, GMOs and stuff, and some kids just don't develop. So I think 18 is a pretty safe age as far as legislating things with emotional and mental maturity. If we're trying to be civilized people, not like obviously above and beyond natural law, to that higher, trying to be maybe higher minded or more noble people. I think it's the right thing to do to say that adults can't have sex with kids. I don't think Europe's going in the right direction. Like, if you're 15 and never accept that's not a. Now, I may be wrong, because obviously throughout history, kind of been the way of majority of at least modern, at least old. That was sort of what happened, and that was kind of how things went. But I think we can do better than that.
I would have to agree.
Yeah, I think at this point it's 2021. I think that we can do better. We can do better than that because things past. I mean, we've done a lot of terrible things in the past. I don't really see why we should. men that ends up being around 21. Obviously, the intelligent mental stuff is going on later on, but the hormonal development is not.
My first wife,
Sexual men are 21.
my first wife was in 3 years of my age. My second wife was 15 years my senior.
Yeah,
My third wife
that's really neat.
was 11 years my senior. My current wife is 14 years my senior. Notice the pattern?
Yeah,
I
I
have
don't think that's really an issue.
I have an issue with younger women because they're immature.
Yeah, I do too. And that's kind of the second thing that I was going to get to. A lot of people don't realize, especially men, women realize it, they get that. Women don't, they're not ready, like maturity wise. I'm not saying they can't have children, and it's not safe, I'm trying to say that it should be legal. But what I am saying is, like hormonally, in terms of their sexual development, they're not even really fully able to control their body.
Not until in their late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah, they're not. That's biological,
Yep.
based biology.
But if they're willing, I'm still going to boink them.
So I'm not trying to say it's pedophilia or anything.
No, if they're of age.
Yeah, if they're of age, it's their fair game. But yeah, I think it's somewhat of a responsibility thing. I don't think a lot of men realize that you're giving off pheromones and stuff. She's 8 or 9, whatever. She can't control it. You potentially are walking a fine line of rape. Like it might not legally be rape, but she might not regret it. She might like it, but worth considering going on if you're aware of how you're aware of yourself. A lot of rape.
Yeah, but that falls under the ethics portion of what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. So for me, an 18 or 19-year-old guy, sure, that's fine. 18, 19, or even 20, 2, 23 or whatever it is with the 19-year-old. They're young, whatever. But when you're older and you realize that stuff, yeah, that falls under ethics. I don't think that should. Yeah, when you realize that they're not really able, you should act. Yeah. I'm not really ever been a fan of young, probably hungry something, I guess.
Yeah, my first wife was the last woman that I ever dated or married that was not older than I was.
Yeah, it's a maturity issue. Women are very mature when they're younger. A lot of people get the impression that that's something to you, but it's not. They don't catch up in their 20s. And that's just at the point where they got that story up on the other stuff.
Yeah, and then you've got about 8 to 9 years before they go through the change of life. So you've basically got 10 years that a woman
Kids.
can have kids and be mentally prepared for it. Now, physiologically, they can have kids from the moment that they have their first period or the female's puberty.
Yeah.
But it's the mental ability to be a nurturing mother and a proper mother. And from what I've noticed, that's only about a 10-year gap. and it's between 30 and 40 years old.
Yep, I agree with that. Now, genetically, I think depends on what you want for your kids. You're growing up. You want your wife to do the best for your kid. Better being a little bit younger.
Oh, yeah. And that way you grow as a family.
Yeah. Another thing that's interesting, which I sort of think people should consider also historically, when you have younger kids, like you have two 16-year-olds that have kids, and they get parents like that. You know, in a way, on the flip side, okay, but neither of them sure they're not the way they should be. That's a great opportunity to have a more traditional family. Why can't they live with their parents a little longer? They don't have to move out when they're 18. Then, you can encourage them. It's not like have as much of a choice anymore. So now you can, as a parent, it sounds kind of manipulative, but you can exert more influence on their life to try to put them in direction. There's also more accountability for you as a parent, because now you're not just a parent of one child, you are a parent of the son or daughter-in-law you have, and you also have a grandchild. So there's a huge more amount of accountability, and then you also have the other family involved. You become one of them.
Okay, are you watching my stream?
What's up?
Are you watching my stream?
Yeah.
Take a look what's on the screen.
Hired Vulture.
No, right in front of my ship.
Yeah, Cobalt Nickel.
No, directly in front of my ship.
Oh, another asteroid?
You see the phallus?
Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool, Nick.
I have never seen that on an asteroid before.
In any case, I think that's fine. I think that's a great opportunity. I think anytime you have children involved, it should be seen as a blessing and you should support whatever the couple is.
The one thing more than life itself that I always wanted was to be a father.
Yeah.
I was a father to my son until he was 10 and a half months old. I was there for him and with him every moment I could be, unless I was at work. The last time I physically saw or held my son, he was 10 and a half months old. That was in 1991.
Your wife wouldn't let you see him?
Wasn't married at the time, it was my fiance. Speed up to the day my father died. My father told me to go try to find my son one more time. So I logged in to the online people search. I found a new number I wasn't able to find before. I called it. Within 5 minutes, I found my son.
Awesome.
20 minutes later, my dad was dead.
Well, I'm glad you got back in touch with them. It's important.
My father died with a smile on his face. He was happy. He got to hear his grandson's voice before he died.
That's awesome.
And like I said, a lot of miracles have happened to me in my life. A lot of them.
Yeah, well, he was probably pretty satisfied to drive on.
And I'm thankful.
He knows that he blessed and did something right.
I know he did right by me. And as a parent, as a father, myself, I even appreciate what he did even more. But my son, he's chosen a different path.
Oh,
That's his choice to make.
he
And
doesn't want to interact with you.
I don't know if it's that, it might be that. But before I started having all the health issues, I tried to, get a hold of him, make things right, and whatnot. And then I started having passing out spells and stuff like that. Told him that I'm not going to be able to help if he wants to see me or get to know me. That's going to be on him now because I'm not going to be able to do it. I don't have a job. I don't have any way to travel. I don't have any way to help him. And my health is just getting worse.
What did he say?
The next message I got and the last message I got from him was Merry Christmas.
It was what?
Merry Christmas. That was last Christmas.
Okay, good. Yeah, so he stays in touch. Good. What do you mean by he shows a different path? Uh, what is he?
Um, I'm not as important in his life as I'd hoped I'd be.
He changed.
It could.
You know, like that.
Oh, I do. I just don't know if I'll be in the capacity to appreciate it.
Yeah.
Whew. Bills are starting to kick my ass. Again. Yeah, it's been a couple hours.
Yeah. Probably play and what's later. Yeah. 2 o'clock.
Okay, now all of a sudden all I'm finding is nickel and iron.
I'm enjoying our conversation though, but yeah, I'll play, but
It'll be a minute or two before I actually go, but I'm still gonna have to eventually go because I'm tired. I'm starting to get delirious here.
yeah. Well, we've been talking long enough. I'm not trying to derail. Uh, yeah. I've been enjoying watching, but it would also.
All right, on. You enjoy yourself. Yeah, have a good one, and I will see you later. Hope your server picks up and does good. I'm sure people will be on later if they're not already on.
Eventually, I do my advertising thing on Wednesdays, and this weekend may not be a hot weekend. Some people come to the server and then they get fired and they go start their own server, and I think that's fine. Some people come to the server because they're already bored with Space Music, and they just go play another game. I'm well aware that it takes time to build player base, so I'm pretty patient on it.
Yeah, it's like with me.
Hoping to build a community as well. Not just the space situation, but ideally, maybe this is put this in the category of ulterior, but I don't really, I'm not being not transparent about it. I hope that we build up the space server, but I also want people to play other games, like people that where people maybe they want to play Valheim together. I don't care. They don't play. If they decide that they don't really want to play on the server, that's Discord that they play Space Invaders with, and they want to go play Valheim with that person. I just want people to have fun playing games.
There you go.
So the community to where there's more people and people are able to find other people to play games with.
Right on.
But obviously, yeah, obviously, I mean, I do want my server to be best, have enjoy it as well and regular players too.
Well, I would hope that you want your server to be awesome.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm not expecting. For tonight. It's been a couple weeks.
Oh yeah, it took me
Wednesday
months.
And the Wednesday before that. It takes.
Yeah, see, some of the players that I have that are joining my server,
Yeah.
they're from my PS4 community.
Okay.
And some of them have Xboxes and stuff like that. So I used to stream a lot of PS4 games and whatnot. So I had a small following on Twitch that were for consoles and stuff like that.
Yeah. Do you have some people joining your server that have been playing your server for months and months?
Not my Xbox server, no. I mean, watching my Twitch channel and stuff like that.
Okay.
And now that that I have a server that plays Space Engineers, they actually have invested in Space Engineers just simply so they can join in the fun. Because I used to talk a lot about Space Engineers on the PS4 when I was playing No Man's Sky and that kind of stuff.
Nice. Someone just joined your Twitch. Hello, person.
Oh, right on. Well, I think I lost
Yeah.
Secret.
Enjoy. I'm gonna. Yeah.
Alrighty, have a good one. Take her easy.
Let's go.
Thank you for watching. God bless, and I'll see you on the next one.